Chapter 494. When they returned from the World River, the beast crystals and lion tiger beast babies that Zhong Shou and the others brought didn't need to be handed over. Zhong Shou found it weird. The grade 9 beast that ran out at the end was obviously afraid of something and retreated on its own. Could it be that he wasn't intimidated by one of the elders in the sect? Or was it afraid of the strength of his dharma? Although he was confused, to be able to protect these things was a good thing. Each lion tiger beast baby could be sold for a sky-high price. Also, those beast crystals, just that grade 9 lion tiger beast crystal core, was worth a lot. As for the soul stone, it was directly scattered by his one origin white sword. As usual, he first returned to the merit hall to hand in the mission. This time the deacon Fu Wu's face was dark and sunken. When Zhong Shou took out his small heaven and earth bag, he took out the beast crystals and various materials. Ding Ling Quang Lang. All of them fell into the small building. Deacon Fu's face turned even uglier. Great Senior Master, cheating isn't right. Zhong Shou was delighted. If that was the case, he would come here pretty much every day. What cheating? Didn't you check all the things we brought with us when we went there earlier? Is it too much or too little? But, Fu Wu hesitated, still using a suspicious gaze to look at the few people in front of him. In just half a day, there were thousands of grade 6 beast crystals. Adding up grade 7 and grade 8, there were close to 100 of them. Moreover, there was a high-purity metal element grade 9 beast crystal. He knew that Zhong Shou's sword path was high. Even Juyu lost to him. It was equivalent to half a 9-stage warrior, but it was still only half a 9-stage warrior. He definitely couldn't beat this grade 9 beast. So this great Senior Master Zhong must have cheated. Only he didn't think about how he cheated. Zhong Shou's face sunk down, scoffing coldly. Fu Wu was helpless. After calculating, he changed the number behind Zhong Shou's name to 237,000 on the list at the side. His total amount of merit points had already widened by half compared to the names behind him. Zhong Shou expressionlessly took a look and suddenly exclaimed. There was one more name on the list. It was Shui Lingbo's name. Yesterday, she was nowhere to be seen, and today, she popped out. 150,000 merit points, just behind Fang Wen and Xue Shi. It wasn't that the two of them weren't as good as him. The former had to take care of the palace. The latter spent most of his time cultivating to make up for the 20 years he didn't get serious. This woman also returned to Song Shengdao Palace. Just as he was thinking like this in his heart, Fu Wu suddenly tilted his head and listened. After that, he said with slight joy, "Ancestral martial uncle. Elder Han has given orders to clear out the Realm River. Great Senior Master, you can back out. He said that he has another important task to entrust to you." Zhong Shaoxin was delighted, but his face was expressionless. He gave a flat "oh" and didn't comment. Then, he squinted and looked at Fu Wu, waiting for him to continue. Not needing to clear out the World River was naturally a happy matter. However, whether or not he would take up the important task would depend on his mood. This year, he had already completed the compulsory task and fulfilled his duty to Song Shengdao. That old man Han Feng couldn't control him anymore. Fu Wu didn't speak in detail, only passing a jade letter to the front of Zhong Shou. Elder Han said that it would be best if Great Senior Master could take up this matter. If not, then find someone else. Great Senior Master, you can consider it yourself. Please give me a reply within a day. Zhong Shou was stunned, taking the jade letter in his hand. With just a slight guidance of his spiritual sense, a medium-sized information current charged into Zhong Shou's mind. Taking a close look, Zhong Shou's brows furrowed. So that's the case. Thinking about it, Zhong Shou kept the jade letter into his sleeves. Zhong Shou will take up this matter. The matter was simple, less than 3 days to and fro. It was also on the way and didn't seem to be a problematic situation within his ability. The most important thing was the last sentence. After this matter was settled, he could relax for the next 5 years. Walking out of the merit hall, Zhong Shou glanced out of the corner of his eyes. Just then, he keenly noticed a red figure flashing in the distance and disappearing without a trace. Could that be your martial aunt, Fairy Ling Bo? Am I so scary? Zhao Yanren also saw that Her expression was weird. She wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. She knew that Shui Lingbo's spiritual sense was sharp, and she held grudges. She could only say, "Disciple doesn't know." Maybe great senior master saw wrongly. Zhong Shaxin laughed to himself. However, he was worried and didn't dare to anger this violent fairy Lingbo. His lips curled up as he left. After separating from Zhong Yuan, Zhao Yanran, and the others, Zhong Shou headed straight for the second floor of the technique and technique teaching floor. During this half a month, as long as he had some free time, he would run over here. He used the 3 million merit points to exchange for all the sword technique secret manuals and martial path techniques that he was interested in. It wasn't that the higher the grade, the better. On the contrary, Zhong Shou started from the second grade basic techniques. He started from the bottom and went from shallow to deep. In the last life, what he cared about the most was foundations. However, due to him being a factionless cultivator, his foundations weren't that stable. At this moment, the books in the common people's vast habitat were a huge treasure to Zhong Shou. In the past, Zhang Xian would read a book and comprehend it thoroughly before moving on to the next one. However, today he was just casually flipping through it. He memorized all the words and diagrams and was done. The next 3 days were the same. Close to 1,000 martial path secret manuals that he had never seen in the last life were memorized in the depths of his mind. On this day, Zhong Shou used up a quarter of his 2 million merit points. A spirit sword and 2 black boxes made of agate were sent to the first courtyard at the same time. The sword was called Broken Autumn, a grade 9 spiritual sword. It was an item that Zhong Shou used 100,000 merit points to order from a sect. The top blacksmith in the sect was in charge of crafting it. The quality of the material was 2 grades higher than the firing sword. However, due to the lack of time, it wasn't able to reach a higher level. However, if it was really crafted into a magical treasure-level weapon, he could only look at it and not use it. The entire sword body was black and white, looking a little weird. It was also equipped with a sword sheath, a total of 2. When he transformed into Tan Xiu, it was Broken Autumn, the sword was blue. If he transformed into Zhong Shou, it would be a white sword body. It was no different from the Fire Yin sword from before. As for the 2 agate black boxes, it was a set of needles and a set of flying knives. It was also exchanged for by Zhong Shou using merit points. The former had a total of 365 golden needles, all grade 6. It wasn't too strong and didn't have anything special about it. However, it was tough and fire-resistant, tough to melt. It could also form a spiritual formation. Not only could it be used to gather fire and lightning element spiritual energy, but it could also greatly increase its power. It was the tool that Zhong Shou used to cast the lightning blaze 1,000 flash. 3 days ago, in the battle against the horde of beasts, all the 3rd-grade flying needles he had gathered at the last minute had been destroyed without exception. The toughest one couldn't even hold on for 4 breaths before it melted. If that wasn't the case, his lightning blaze 1,000 flash would be much stronger in terms of endurance and lethality. Using this set of flying needles to kill and set fires would definitely feel good. As for that set of flying knives, it was also called Cloud Flame. It was the strengthened version of the original grade 3 Cloud Flame flying knives. A total of 64 of them, all grade 6. The merit points he spent were several times that of the set of golden needles. Even that agate jade box was specially made. The flying knives that he nurtured to the extreme, once they were hidden in the box, could be maintained at their peak state for 10 years. This meant that the number of flying knives he could use would be several times more. That night, he slightly refined the Broken Autumn sword. The second day, Zhong Shou left the common people's vast habitat. Using the teleportation jade letter, he returned to Gantian Mountain City. Rimba's ability was not bad, managing the cities directly under Gantian Mountain in an orderly manner. Although the Cloud Continent was filled with hidden currents and war was imminent, the country was still relatively calm. Qiu Wei, Hu Qinxiu, and the others were experienced in military matters and were great commanders on the battlefield. The other 10 generals from Zhong Weiron's era were all experienced and had great ability. The matter of expanding the army by 400,000 was more or less completed. All the border troops were equipped with spiritual weapons and armor, quietly getting into position to prepare for war. The Blood Cloud Cavalry had an increase of 300 people, for million spiritual arrows were accumulated. Pretty much everything was completed in an orderly manner. However, what Zhongsho knew wasn't all good news. One news came from Kongqi's sect. It wasn't that Xiaohan wasn't able to convince the sect. It was that Ling Yun and mysterious Cloud Spirit sect were investigating where the recently crafted spiritual artifacts of Kongqi's sect went. Apart from a number of spiritual artifacts that Gantian Mountain bought in Donglin Cloud Continent, they didn't know the details. The cooperation between Kongqi's sect and Gantian Mountain these few years had already been investigated. During this half a month, they were intentionally or unintentionally rejecting Kongqi's sect. As expected, this world doesn't lack smart people. Zhongsho laughed, not bothering at all. Even if Ling Yun's sect found out about this matter, he wouldn't care. The true killer was the Blood Cloud Cavalry. His wings were already formed. Even if Ling Yun's sect knew about the existence of the Blood Cloud Cavalry, there was nothing they could do. Only the final outcome was a matter of how much or how little. With Ling Yun's sect style, they would most probably retract their head. That wasn't what he wanted. The second matter was Still Pill Fountain sect. The situation within the sect was a little weird. Old man Ming Dan hadn't appeared for a long time. The people in power had changed to a few elders. That Li Yuan seemed to have a lot of power. However, no matter how he and Xianyuan Tong persuaded, Xianyuan Iren wasn't willing to return. Zhongsho only felt a huge headache. Thinking about it for a long time, he still had no solution. She couldn't take the initiative to run over her. However, he had to be wary about this matter. At least he had to think of a way to protect Xianyuan Iren's life. Chapter 495. The third matter was Kong Yao. She had been locked up for over a month, and surprisingly the Central Dynasty didn't do anything. It was her subordinate, known as Li Jila, who tried to find out where Kong Yao was locked up. The last matter was the eight-tailed sky fox Shui family. After being calm for close to 2 years, this sky fox emperor race in the past seemed to have made a move. Ruo Shui's hidden guards had found out more and more Shui family people. A portion of them had already snuck into Gantian Mountain City. However, they alerted the enemy and missed out on the big fish, which was why they weren't able to wipe them out. This Shui family really doesn't want to give up. Zhongsho laughed coldly. However, thinking about it, the enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. He indeed didn't have any good methods to deal with them. He could only wait passively to see what tricks the Sky Fox Shui family was playing. The only thing he could do was to increase the number of trump cards in his hands. After spending half a day in Gantian Mountain City, Zhongsho left. He headed east, using a spiritual artifact, using 2 days to reach the East Cloud Ocean. At this point, he temporarily abandoned Zhongyuan and the others and headed south. Half a day later, the sky in the distance was filled with strong winds and lightning. However, when he stepped into the storm, Zhongsho hesitated slightly, looking into the distance. This was the Oblivion Cloud Ocean. Once one entered the Cloud Ocean, one would be lost forever. Zhongsho naturally didn't fear anything. What made him nervous was the person who was trapped in the Oblivion Cloud Ocean. Slightly hesitating, Zhongsho continued forwards once more. However, this time he was using the identity of Tanxiu. He walked all the way inside as if he was very familiar with the place, shuttling through the storm with ease. Just as he got close to the outer regions of the Oblivion Cloud Ocean, a warning sign rose up in Zhongsho's heart. He instantly stopped and looked towards the south. In just a moment, a middle-aged man flashed and appeared in front of him. "This is the Oblivion Cloud Sea. My Ascension sect is here to conduct business. Those who are not involved can quickly leave." It was actually the uniform of the mysterious Cloud Spirit sect. His aura was restrained and obscure, and he was actually a martial sovereign of the 8th step. He looked to be in his 40s and had a square face. Without waiting for Zhongsho to speak, he flicked his sleeves. A vast wind swept up Zhongsho's body and tossed him to the outside. Zhongsho raised his eyebrows, snorted coldly, and stood still. He didn't do anything, but a surge of sword intent rose. It caused the gale to shatter before it even got close. The middle-aged Grandmaster was startled when he saw that. In the next instance, he felt a vast and strong martial path intent suppress him. His intent locked down, causing his consciousness to feel as if he was in the middle of a boundless ocean. A raging wave, a single wave, could completely crush him. His consciousness struggled, and only after a short while did he break free from the sword intent lock. The pupils of the middle-aged Grandmaster constricted, a wary and suspicious expression appearing on his face. Extreme sword intent, who are you? The aura of the person in front of him was obviously only grade 7, and he walked the path of spiritual cultivation. However, his sword intent had already been cultivated to the peak, stably suppressing him by several levels. Instantly, the middle-aged Grandmaster thought of a person, but he didn't dare to confirm. Recently, his name had risen up and shocked the cloud world. If it was this person, even a grade 8 like him wouldn't be his opponent. Common people Tan Xiao. A casual sentence confirmed the thoughts of the middle-aged Grandmaster. Zhong Shou smiled as he looked at the depths of the Oblivion Cloud Ocean. Your mysterious cloud spirit sect is doing business here? His tone was filled with mocking intent. The middle-aged Grandmaster thought to himself, as expected, and became more and more wary. Following which, apart from feeling furious, he also felt helpless. To a giant like Song Xingdao, the mysterious cloud spirit sect wasn't much. Song Xingdao's 3 sects and 6 schools were always together, connected by the same breath and branches. The Taoist faction was split into 3 branches. In name, they were one line, but in truth, they were split up. Apart from the Grand Supreme line, which could go up against them, the others were much weaker. The wariness in his heart became thicker and thicker. If this kid came on orders from Song Xingdao, then he had to be wary. So, it is the legendary Sword Emperor Tan Xiao. Sorry for the impoliteness. I am mysterious cloud spirit sect Tai Xian. Greetings, First Seat Tan. My mysterious cloud spirit sect does indeed have an important matter here. Moreover, it is not only me. Before this person finished, a loud laugh spread out from the distance. Dao Ming's sect zooming greets First Seat Tan. Along with those words, a person suddenly stepped out from the cloud mist. His strength was a level higher than mysterious cloud spirit sect Tai Xian. His strength was grade 9, and the moment he appeared, a huge suppression went up against Zhong Shou. In terms of martial path attainments, this person was weaker than Zhong Shou. However, along with the strong, true chi of grade 9, he could easily suppress Zhong Shou. At this moment, in the distance, wasn't only Tai Xian and zooming. One after another, over 10 auras soared up. They were faintly discernible and contained a sense of deterrence. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed slightly. Zooming smiled. Why did First Seat Tan come here? If it isn't an urgent matter, why don't you turn back? The 7 sects are gathered here to do things. First Seat, please think about it carefully. Zhong Shou didn't reply, just quietly looking around. A moment later, he asked, You all gathered here to search for Zhong Weiran and that book of Ian Extreme Life? Zooming's face froze up, and then he laughed. Book of Ian Extreme Life? Did Song Xingdao believe it? Today, the 10 shrines didn't react at all. I won't hide it from First Seat. We do have the intention to try it out. However, more of it is because of Zhong Weiran. When this person fled, he killed hundreds of our mysterious cloud spirit sect and Dao Ming cloud spirit sect disciples. Our Dao Ming sect has a deep hatred for him. We must kill this person. This is why First Seat, please forgive us. We don't dare to give him a chance to escape. Although he said those words, Zhu Ming's gaze was also extremely sincere. Zhong Shou laughed coldly. If it was just for revenge, then why were the 7 sects still fighting while locking down the Oblivion Cloud Ocean? Just now, if he didn't say his identity, this zooming wouldn't have appeared even if Tai Xian died. It was the same for the dozens of people in the distance. While working together to pressure him, they all stayed in one area and didn't show any intentions of gathering over. Within the Oblivion Cloud Ocean, there were many beasts, and they often formed groups. If one was alone, the danger would increase by several times. Even grade 8 experts would die if they didn't pay attention. However, these people would rather scatter than gather together. Even if they didn't have the book of Ian Extreme Life, they would know that Zone Weiran had some important treasure in his hands. Moreover, it was a recent period of time. If not, Zone Gang and the 1,000 Black Fox Iron Cavalry would have no chance of surviving. Who knows why? When Zooming said the word Zone Weiran and also said that they had a huge hatred, Zone Shoksan instantly felt a pain in his heart. Killing intent exploded out and he couldn't control it. He wanted to kill Zooming and Tai Xian as well as the dozens of experts in the Cloud Mist and tear them into pieces. He also felt really anxious, wanted to save the person in the Cloud Ocean. His face was still the same as before, cold and calm. Zhong Shou took in a few deep breaths before he was able to suppress the maniacal killing intent, allowing his thoughts to temporarily clear up. Just thinking about it, he knew that the strength of the sex here wasn't just what he saw. There shouldn't be only one grade 9 expert like Zooming. If he continued to stay here, he didn't dare to guarantee that the killing intent in his chest wouldn't explode out. He wasn't willing to stay here any longer, coldly looking at Zooming. Zhong Shou scoffed, turning around and heading back the way he came from. Apart from the Oblivion Cloud Ocean, he headed north for 10,000 miles before Zhong Shou stopped and entered deep thought. It was really rare for him to lose control like that. That impulse nearly caused him to attack with his sword. It should have come from the instinct of the owner of this body, Zhong Shou. However, the problem was this body. At this moment, 2 years later, it was totally merged with his soul and body. The soul of Zhong Shou was also willing to be swallowed by him. Even if there were remnants when his black and white hole Dharma was formed, it should have been totally wiped out. Or would there be any instinct left? However, the killing intent just now came from the deepest parts of his soul. What mysteries are there within? Zhong Shou instinctively thought back to the words that Zhong Shou said before he disappeared. In his heart, he only felt fear and disbelief. When he came to the Oblivion Cloud Ocean, he expected that the sex would stop him and that it wouldn't be so smooth, which was why he was just probing. However, he didn't expect that the outcome would be like this. Not only did he have killing intent because of Zone Weiran, when he got close to the Cloud Ocean, he didn't feel uneasy toward his father. Instead, he felt respect and closeness. This place wasn't far from where Zhong Yuan and the others were waiting. Just as Zhong Shou was in deep thought, Zhong Yuan, Ruoshe, as well as Chu Shui, who was still sleeping on the back of the chill gold tiger, all rushed over. "Ruler, how is the situation over there?" The moment Zhong Yuan arrived, he opened his mouth and asked. His expression was really calm. He was loyal to Zhong Shou. He didn't care about Zhong Weiran's life or death. On the contrary, Ruoshue's eyes were filled with a questioning intent. "My bloodline sensed that father is still there. However, for father to save him, it won't be easy." These two sentences made Ruoshue delighted. Zhong Shou's brows were still tightly furrowed. "Send people to investigate what happened to Een Dragon Canyon recently." Ruoshue's brows froze as she took out several golden talismans. In just a moment, she shot them out one by one and flew towards the west. Zhong Shou stopped for a moment before heading east and continuing to drive his artifact. This trip to the Oblivion Cloud Ocean made his determination to head east even more firm. Zhong Weiran's matter was really weird. He didn't dare to guarantee that he could deal with it. It wouldn't be wrong to increase his strength. His wings had grown. There were some things and some people that he had the ability to grasp. Chapter 496. 2 days later, Zhong Shou stepped onto a cloud ocean and looked into the distance. In front of his eyes was an island in the clouds. It was less than 100,000 feet long, standing tall and extremely steep. Even at the peak, the terrain was rugged. Zhong Yuan and Ruoshue were both silent. They were used to listening to Zhong Shou's orders. They only knew that their ruler definitely had his reasons. He wouldn't run over here for no reason. If he could let them know, Zhong Shou would naturally tell them. Zhong Shou looked at it for a moment before shooting out a golden talisman which flew towards the depths of the island. Then He waited with his hands behind his back. Maybe he was a little impatient as he turned around and asked, "Do the two of you know about Fulling Sect?" Zhong Yuan and Ruo Shui exchanged glances with one another, their eyes filled with doubt. The former opened his mouth. "I heard about it. It is a sect that rose up 300 years ago in our Donglin cloud continent, using talismans to dominate. It was said that they obtained the secret teachings of an ancient talisman path grandmaster. The talismans made by the disciples were 30% stronger than normal spirit masters. Their spells were also really amazing. Roughly 20 years ago, it was said that they wanted to form spiritual veins east of Donglin cloud continent. In the end, they angered the Donglin sects and were wiped out. It was also that battle that caused half of the powers in Donglin cloud continent to be wiped out. Some of the remaining large cities had also suffered a great blow to their vitality. If not, there wouldn't be a chance for Gantian Mountain to rise up. Zhong Yuan was born when Fulling Sect was wiped out, which was why he had a deep impression of it. Wiped out. It's still a little lacking. There's still some survivors hiding here." Zhong Shou shook his head slightly. Just a moment later, two white-robed old men flew out from a cave on the island. They were around 60 years old, their faces healthy and their eyes filled with wariness and doubt. Ruo Shui and Zhong Yuan were slightly shocked and were also on guard. The two of them actually appeared in soul incarnations. To be able to manifest a true form, one had to be at least at the 9th level, following which he felt that it wasn't right. The soul power of these two people was a little obscure, like it was showing signs of being unstable. Then he thought of what Zhong Shou had said and the environment here. He suddenly felt relieved. Xiozha, who went against the heavens, were usually the group of people with the strongest minds in the world. For some perverts like Zhong Shou, their lives were no different from that of a masochist. This group of people was also the most pampered. If one did not have enough spiritual energy to nurture them, then unless they stepped into the door of the immortal Tao, they would be self-sufficient. Otherwise, it was inevitable that his cultivation base would become unstable and he would eventually suffer the fate of being demoted. Although the psionic energy here was also very dense. However, to a true image-level spirit master, it was the same as having nothing. "May I know who the four of you are? How'd you find this place?" As he spoke, it was a slightly older old man. His eyes were filled with confusion. Zhong Shou smiled. Around this small island, there was a spiritual formation of a small scale that could cause people to subconsciously go around this place. Even if one was a grade 9, if one didn't know how to break it, one would be like a headless fly. However, he wouldn't say that it was because in the God Emperor game, he often came here to take on missions that targeted the Lingyun sect. His reputation in the Fulling sect had been raised to worship, which was why he knew this place like the back of his hand. Speaking of which, a small portion of his attainments in the Talisman Path was due to this Fulling sect. "Are the two of you elders from the Fulling sect, Mingdu and Lieha?" When he said that, the two old men opposite him had their brows furrowed. His brows instantly turned cold, revealing killing intent. Zhong Shou didn't care at all, saying word by word, "I am Zhong Shou. Gantian Mountain, Zhong Shou." Mingdu and Lieha were startled, exchanging glances with one another. The confusion on their faces was even thicker. The corner of Zhong Shou's lips curled up slightly. As expected, the remnants of the Fulling sect weren't trapped in a corner and didn't bother about worldly matters. There were also disciples who roamed the Donglin cloud continent. If not, how would they know the name of Zhong Shou? So, it is Gantian Mountain Monster King Highness, Long Ying's disciple. "I am Mingdu. Sorry for the lack of manners." Mingdu clasped his fists and bowed. However, he was still wary of Mingdu as he asked, "May I know why your highness is here?" "I am here to recruit people." He didn't try to be tactful at all. Zhong Shou looked at the small island not far away. The spiritual energy here is only 6 times that of normal places. With the 2 of your strength, you should be able to find a better place. Are you hiding here to avoid being hunted down by the Lingyun sect? But I think that if the 2 of you can't find a way to delay or find a suitable land, in just 7 years, your realms will drop. The 2 grade 9 spirit masters' faces turned ashen white. Only then did Zhongsho smile. Are the two of you willing to be helpers of Gantian Mountain? Mingdu and Lieha both frowned. After being delighted, they became wary. A moment later, Lieha hesitantly opened his mouth. I heard that recently, Donglin Cloud Continent is about to start a war. East of Donglin has the Thousand City Alliance, tens of millions of troops, and also the support of the Donglin sects. On the other hand, your Gantian Mountain has broken your own arms these 2 years. I think the Thousand City Alliance and your Gantian Mountain City will clash in a few months. If it wasn't for the war, why would I need to find you two old men to be helpers of my Gantian Mountain? One sentence made the two of them choke. Samuraim's eyes gave off a sharp glow as he stared intently. For this war, our opponent is not the Thousand City Alliance, but the Donglin sects. Are the two of you willing to join my Gantian Mountain? Mingdu only felt really weird. Being stared at by such a suppressive gaze made his hair stand on end. He thought to himself that this Zhongsho was so young, but his aura wasn't a normal kind of strong, as expected from the ruler of a country. Unfortunately, he was too confident and too young. He was originally a little tempted, but at this moment, he gave up on such thoughts. Just as he was about to reject, Zhongsho suddenly tossed a jade letter over. He had huge animosity with the Donglin sects. However, he definitely wouldn't sacrifice the last hope of the sect just because of this animosity. Before the two of you reject, take a look at this. Mingdu half believed and half doubtfully, holding the jade letter in his hand. Moments later, he sucked in a cold breath, looking at Zhongsho in disbelief. With a trembling hand, he passed the jade slip to Lieha, who was beside him. The latter was originally confused, but moments later, his eyes narrowed. However, he also narrowed his eyes and revealed a stunned expression. It is actually the Blood Cloud Cavalry. So the Blood Cloud Cavalry of Wulia country has appeared in the hands of your highness. His voice was dry and slightly trembling. Mingdu only felt that the feeling in his heart was indescribably complicated. Joy, excitement, disbelief, and also gloating. He was obviously excited, but he was unable to express it. After pondering for a while, Mingdu had the thought of joining them. However, when the words reached his mouth, he had an idea. Your Highness, aren't you afraid that the two of us will tell this news to Ling Yun's sect? What do I have to fear? It's just that my plan didn't succeed. I could still sweep Donglin. Zhongsho shook his head. He really didn't care. As for you talisman spirit remnants, I could do what Ling Yun's sect did in the past. Mingdu instantly kept silent and knew that Zhongsho's words were true. On the other side, Lieha was still filled with doubt. I still have something I don't understand. There are numerous grade 9 cultivators in the central continent. With Gantian Mountain's current strength, they can easily recruit many. Why did you find the two of us? Zhongsho looked deeply at this person and then looked towards the sky above the small island. I heard that your sect's pinnacle space dome formation was formed by gathering 10 types of Earth-grade spiritual items before your sect rebuilt. Not only is it one of the strongest defensive formations in the world, but it also has the ability to lock down heaven and earth. Mingdu and He faced each other once again. Their eyes were filled with a look of certainty. As expected, this Gantian Mountain Monster King came for this. Their hearts relaxed. After knowing what Zhongsho's goal was, they could temporarily put down the true worries in their hearts. Leaving the small island that Fulling sect occupied, Zhongsho only found it amusing. He was really clear about what Mingdu and Lieha were worried about. Apart from the two of them, Fulling sect had 6 remaining grade 7 spirit masters. There were also 2 grade 8 people. Logically speaking, with such strength in the central continent, as well as the other 3 continents and 12 islands, they could easily find a shrine-level sect to be protected or become a subordinate. However, because they were worried that their sect's core talisman crafting secrets would be forced out by other sections. For the past 20 years, they had been trapped on a small island with nothing. They were even worse off than the Devil Mountain sect. At this moment, even though he had joined his sect, he was still wary of him, the person who provided him with food and shelter. However, he did have some bad intentions towards this talisman crafting secret technique. The two of them were once talisman path masters and were really good at spells. Zhong Shou came mainly for the pinnacle space dome formation. However, to go all out against Ling Yun's sect, the two of them were far from enough. He couldn't rely too much on them and needed to find other experts. In the past, he didn't recruit them because he was worried that he wouldn't be able to suppress them and they would backfire on him. Now, be it himself or the Blood Cloud Cavalry, they could both threaten them. It was time for him to recruit a few more helpers to deal with the various sections. With the current situation, at most in a month and a half, Longxiang City's Yangfan would attack. Time was getting tighter and tighter. Following which, Zhong Shou took out a jade letter. It was the one he got from the Mayor Hall. After identifying the direction for a while, he continued to head east. Roughly half a day later, Zhong Shou suddenly stopped. It should be here. Looking around, Zhong Shou shot out dozens of seals. Along with the spiritual lights stirring, layers of mist appeared in the originally empty surroundings. It rolled about and was forcefully pushed to the side by Zhong Shou's soul power. The few of them walked in together. After walking roughly 10,000 feet, a giant stone hall appeared in front of Zhong Shou's eyes. Chapter 497. The stone hall was huge and majestic, floating in the air. However, if one stood in the air and looked behind them, they would discover that the buildings behind them were filled with desolation. They had long been dilapidated. Many places were in ruins. Most of them were hidden in layers of five-colored light. Their shapes couldn't be seen clearly. Using his spiritual sense to sense, he didn't gain anything. This space had actually been split into fragments by an enormous spiritual array. In front of the hall, there were hundreds of people gathered, split into dozens of groups, each taking a corner. The moment he arrived, Zhong Shou could feel it. The lightning-winged flood dragon, hiding on his arm, gave out a low roar, like it was about to rise up from his arm and rise into the air. Zhong Yuan was deep in thought. This is one of the ancient dragon halls. Zhong Shou gave an "in" as a reply. His lightning-winged flood dragon could feel it. Naturally, the dragon soul on Zhong Yuan's body wouldn't have no reaction. During the ancient era, the dragon race in this world was really strong. They were one of the rulers of the cloud world. During the cloud desolate era, the cloud world changed and many worlds forcefully invaded. After being heavily injured, in the end, they all retreated out of the cloud world. This dragon hall was one of the ruins left by the dragon race. It was said that it was the holy land of the dragon race. There were a total of 9 of them in the cloud world. This was also the reason why Zhong Shou took over this matter. On one hand, it was convenient. On the other hand, he had a request. If he could find something inside, it would be beneficial to his lightning-winged flood dragon. He rode the sword and headed towards the stone hall. Zhong Shou didn't use the token to cover his face. He directly used the identity of Zhong Shou to land on the steps outside of the stone hall. He just needed to complete this matter. Be it Zhong Shou or Tanxiu, it was okay. The request in the jade letter was to try not to have anything to do with Song Xingdao. Looking around, he saw that the people here were looking over with curious gazes. There were even some whose eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Zhong Shou wasn't surprised. Not only did Tanxiu's name spread throughout the cloud world after his battle with Juyu, Zhong Shou's name also spread far and wide, especially in the region of Donglin Cloud Continent. Basically, everyone knew about it, especially the few great sects of Donglin that had suffered losses at his hands. They wished for nothing more than to eat his flesh and sleep on his skin. What did he say? This is called a man's name, a tree's shadow. He smiled disdainfully and continued to patrol the area, following which his eyes were filled with surprise. He saw 3 figures in the corner to his left. There were 3 people there, but 2 of them were familiar faces. He seemed to be familiar with the other one as well. This time, it was the right choice to come here as Zhong Shou. He strode over and stood in front of the man and the 2 women. However, to Zhong Shou's relief, he saw that the 2 girls' faces were full of astonishment and confusion. What a coincidence! The 2 of you are really fated to meet. Fei Shuang and Fan, how have you been? The 2 girls in front of him were Yi Fei Shuang and Yi Fan, who he separated from the water fairy lake a few years ago. After not meeting for 2 years, the two of them had actually reached the grade 6 realm. Be it their bodies or looks, they were the same as 2 years ago. They didn't change at all, still looking like they were 15 years old. There was also the teen beside them. His face was cold, his eyes were ice blue, and he was expressionless. Zhongsho looked at this person, and then his eyes squinted. Is this the uncle that the two of you are looking for? He was already 90% sure that the person in front of him was the chill serpent in the water fairy lake. Speaking of which, Fan and Fei Shuang were from the dragon race. But why were they able to transform so early? Fei Shuang and Fan? Who allowed you to call us by our names? The two of us aren't so close to you. Yi Fei Shuang's expression changed, and then it turned back to ice cold, following which she scoffed in disdain. This is just a servant of my family. How can he be my uncle? Zhong Shoshin was enlightened. No wonder he felt that something wasn't right just now. When he left the center of the lake, the gaze from the depths of the nameless ice island was still fresh in his memory. As for the pressure that the teen in front of him gave him, it wasn't even worth mentioning. As for the first sentence, he directly ignored it. On the other side, Fayin was still stunned. A moment later, she stuttered and pointed at Zhongsho. You, are you really that brother Shou? Zhongsho? Zhong Yuan was unhappy in his heart. When he heard that, he frowned. Preposterous. My ruler is the Monster King of Gantian Mountain. Who are you to dare to call my highness by his name? Yi Fan was frightened, and she held her breath. She was in complete disbelief. 2 years ago, Zhongsho had just entered Xiantian. Now he was obviously grade 7. His aura was even more shocking. Standing there, apart from a smile on his face, which made him look a little despicable, he also seemed to have a noble aura about him. Was this Zhongsho really the Monster King of Gantian Mountain? I told you not to call me Brother Shou. Call me brother. As expected, Sister Fan is cuter. As he said that, Zhongsho smiled and pinched Fan's face. He felt delighted. After not meeting for 2.5 years, he was finally taller than this brat. Yi Fei Shuang suddenly slapped his hand away from Fan's face. Her face was covered in frost. What are you doing here? Could it be that they are also after the Dragon Clan's treasures and came here to rob tombs? There's nothing wrong with what you say. Isn't Miss Fei Shuang the same? One sentence caused Yi Fei Shuang to hold her breath. Zhongsho took out the jade letter. He waved it in front of Yi Fei Shuang. When he activated his true qi, many dragon patterns flashed. Do you recognize this thing? Yi Fei Shuang was startled once more. Looking closely at the dragon patterns carved on the jade letter, her face was filled with shock. How did this thing end up in your hands? Zhongsho smiled and thought to himself, as expected, based on the instructions in the jade letter, he came here to find a few dragon race people who were waiting here to help them. He just needed to take out one thing from the Dragon Hall, which is why I said that it was a coincidence. He didn't expect that the three of them were actually familiar with each other. Within the jade letter, there was a special secret technique to identify the dragon race. However, at this moment, he didn't need to use it. In the past, he clearly remembered that the two sisters had small horns on their heads. At this moment, who knows what method they used to hide it? Yi Fei Shuang still didn't believe him, but the one my Yi family is asking for help is Tsang Xingdao. Moreover, he is a grade 7 cultivator below 20 who is fated with the dragon race. It has nothing to do with you, Zhongsho. Suddenly understanding something, Yi Fei Shuang's voice instantly changed. The shock in her eyes grew, so that's the case. You are Zhongsho, and you are also Tan. Before she finished, Zhongsho placed his index finger by his lips and signaled for her to keep quiet. Yi Fei Shuang frowned and stopped speaking in time. When she spoke, although there was a spell to prevent people from eavesdropping, she didn't dare to speak too much. After scoffing coldly, a mocking expression appeared on Yi Fei Shuang's face. Using this identity to come over, it seems like your palace head isn't willing to have any direct relationship with our Yi family. I really don't know what grandmother was thinking to actually choose you as her ally. Zhongsho was totally confused, totally unable to understand what Yi Fei Shuang was saying. He regretted it in his heart. If he knew that this was the case, he would have asked Han Fong. He also thought to himself, did the dragon race bloodline go through menopause? Or did Yi Feishuang have her period? Why was she so rash when she spoke? He decided to not bother, still rubbing Yi Feiyan's white and red face. Speak. Do you miss your brother's show? Yi Feiyan was in a daze. Just as Zhong Shou thought that this girl had gone dumb, 2 tears rolled down her cheeks. 2 streams of tears flowed down from Yi Feiyan's eyes. Then she hugged Zhong Shou and cried out. Her voice was muffled as she spoke. Zhong Shou tried his best to listen, and only then was he able to make out a few sentences. The general idea was that these 2 years were tough, wandering everywhere and nearly dying. She really missed him. The more he heard, the darker and darker Zhong Shou's face became. Yi Feishuang was also startled. Then she sighed, her expression changing. Who knows if she was worried or sad and self-pitying? I roughly understand. It is Jiulong City, right? In the future, you can come to Gantian Mountain. With brother protecting you, there is no need to be afraid. If they dare to come, let's see if I don't twist them in a fried dough twists. He patted Feiyan's head to console her until her tears turned into a smile. Zhong Shou raised his head, only to see Feishuang smiling coldly. He knew that within the cloud world, most of the cultivators didn't have high hopes for the battle between Gantian Mountain and Thousand City Alliance. Yi Feishuang was probably not an exception. Zhong Shou smiled expressionlessly as he looked towards the stone hall door. You can say it now. This time, you're looking for something. What is it? How are we going to enter? This dragon hall had obviously been cleaned out by someone before the spirit wave had started. There was no such instance dungeon in the Shenhuang game. In the historical records, there were only 9 dragon halls and nothing else. Zhong Shou naturally didn't know anything about this place. Yi Feishuang frowned once more. She wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, she opened her mouth. If it was someone else, I would definitely say that I don't know. But since you're the one who came, then it is okay to tell you. We came to the Dragon Hall to search for the main ingredient of the Dragon Spirit Bloodbirth Pill. Dragon Spirit Bloodbirth Pill. Zhong Shou's brows rose up. He had never heard of it before. Then, he smiled. So you came here to dig graves. You. How is that the same? Yi Feishuang was instantly furious. She wanted to say that they were from the dragon race. Suddenly, Zhong Shou looked into the distance. Then why did these Jiulong City people come? Yi Feishuang followed his gaze and looked over. 5 black-shirt men walked out from the mist and landed on the steps of the stone hall. Yi Feiyan instinctively hugged Zhong Shou's waist even tighter. Chapter 498. Luckily, the dragon race characteristics and aura of the 2 of them were covered. The eyeside teen beside them was no different from a human cultivator. Those Jiulong City people looked curiously at the 3 of them before not paying any more attention. On the contrary, when they looked at Zhong Shou, their gazes constricted, cold light flashing. It was obvious that they recognized Zhong Shou. However, no matter how one looked at it, they didn't have good intentions. Zhong Shou laughed, looking back coldly. They were just a bunch of grade 8 people. He didn't care much about them. As for those black shirt people, after hesitating slightly, they retracted their gazes. It was like they weren't willing to have any conflicts with Zhong Shou here. Yi Feishuang also didn't fear anything, taking in a deep breath. As long as it is something related to the dragon race, why wouldn't Jiulong City interfere? As for why they came, I don't know either. However, it shouldn't be those few things. I heard that there is a peak god realm dragon pellet sealed within the hall. It belonged to an ancient evil dragon. The dragon pellet and physical body were sealed separately. Next would be the dragon torture platform. There might be a few magical treasure-level torture tools that are most suitable to deal with the dragon race. There are also the scales that the flood dragon shed over the years. Zhong Shou didn't pay attention to the latter part of the sentence. Peak God Realm Dragon Pellet. Was it the one that Ao Kuan couldn't find in the cloud world these few years? However, the time didn't match up. The era that Ao Kuan was sealed was after the Cloud Desolate era, before Old Man Long Ing left the cloud world. The dragon race totally left the cloud world during the mid to late Cloud Desolate era. However, there was no harm in giving it a try. Zhongsho's faith rose up. The bit of true dragon blood on his right arm began to burn. Moments later, a sigh spread into his ear. It was A.O. Kuin. His voice spread over from the world. It was obvious that he didn't have much hope, but he still wanted to try. Just as he was communicating with A.O. Kuin, a person suddenly walked out of the crowd and stopped in front of the palace door. He was in his 30s and wore a tall crown on his head. His face was powdered, and he looked cultured and elegant. He was handsome and full of righteousness. Its aura was similar to that of the Ice Jiao beside Zhongsho. They were both at the 9th stage. I am Fong Ming of the Dowling sect. I have something to tell you. The items left behind by the Dragon Hall were shared by everyone in the world. Those who were fated would obtain them. However, based on my Dowling sect's calculations, although there are flaws in the spiritual formation, it is still really dangerous within. Many people joined hands and worked together to break the formation. If there was a spiritual item, then it would depend on fate. They could not fight over it, nor could they bully the weak. Otherwise, I, Fong Ming, will be the first to not let him off. If you trust me, if you have any disputes, you can find me to mediate. There was a moment of silence on the steps of the stone palace. Many people's gazes were drawn to Fong Ming. After a moment of familiarity, he laughed. So it's Taoist brother Fong Ming. Taoist brother is righteous, and your words make sense. Taoist brother Fong Ming's name has spread throughout the cloud world. This time, when the Dragon Hall opens, we lack a person to host it. Why don't we trouble Taoist brother Fong Ming? Since you're a Taoist brother, then why wouldn't we trust you? Zhongsho listened on from his side. In his heart, he was really curious. Who was this fellow? He seemed to have a really good reputation. Although he entered the common people path, these 2 years he was focused on cultivation, studying sword path and spiritual techniques. He didn't have time to be distracted. In the last life, although he was doing really well in the God Emperor game, he was really unfamiliar with this person's name. Yi Fei Shuang heaved a sigh of relief. So he is Fong Ming. Following which Zhongsho's eyes were filled with shock. He instantly laughed coldly. To think that you, the head disciple of the 10,000 demon sect, the ruler of Gantian Mountain, are even more ignorant than me? This Fong Ming has always had a good reputation in the cloud world and did things fairly. Even some of the demon sect disciples respect him. Since it is him, there will be less fighting on this trip. Zhongsho was speechless. He remembered that 2 years ago, he was still laughing at this girl for being different from the world. Who knew that the tables would turn, and it was Yi Fei Shuang's turn to laugh at him. In the eyes of the world, Song Shengdao was the same as the demon sect. Leading the 3 sects and 6 schools, the head of numerous demon sect disciples was naturally the 10,000 demon sect. It was another name for Song Shengdao. Seeing Fong Ming say a few words of humility, acting like he was the leader of the group. What Zhongsho didn't expect was that the 200-odd demon sect disciples present didn't have any intentions to oppose him. Zhongsho smiled and didn't bother about them. While waiting, he teased Fan and talked. Based on what Yi Fei Shuang said, the doors of the hall would open in 4 hours. It would be controlled by the spiritual formation here. The Dragon Hall 13,000 years ago had always been like this. Every 3 years, it would open in the morning on the 1st day of the 9th month and close in the midnight on the 3rd day. The new dragon race would be sent here when they were 10 to receive the blessings of the ancestral dragon and learn the legacy abilities of the dragon race. A large portion of the dying dragon race would also choose the Dragon Hall as their resting place. The opening of the Dragon Hall this time was actually a test by the various sections. The ones they sent over were all elite disciples. They didn't ask for anything. They just wanted to know the specific situation within the Dragon Hall. There were even fewer factionless cultivators who rushed over. What made Zhongsho speechless was that during these 4 hours, Yi Fei Shuang didn't know what to say. Chu Shui woke up once in a daze before falling asleep once more. She slept really sweetly, not looking at where she was at all. If he knew that this would happen, he should have placed this brat at home. Bringing her out would instead make her a burden. He felt weird in his heart. What was going on with Shui? Why was she so sleepy? Out of the 24 hours, She was only awake for a sixth of the time. Even if she was growing, she shouldn't have become like this. On Yi Fei's side, she would frown from time to time, her probing gaze sweeping over. Zhong Shou could only act like he didn't know, his face indiscernible. For hours later, as expected, the hall doors opened wide. The group of people immediately filed in, and Zhong Shou also followed behind them into the hall. He saw that the inside of the hall wasn't as broken as the outside. It could be considered clean. There were dragon-shaped carvings on the four sides of the arms. However, it was extremely vast. After all, this was the Dragon Hall. It shouldn't be difficult to accommodate thousands of giant dragons. At the depths of the hall, there was an extremely majestic giant dragon. Normal dragons only had 5 claws. However, this one had 9 claws and 4 horns on its head. It was like it was alive, an aura no weaker than that of celestial path cultivators pressed down. It was extremely spacious all around. The items within the hall were in a mess. When the dragon race retreated from the cloud world, they should have been in a hurry. Zhong Shou looked around, only to see that there were precious materials all around. The 16 normal-looking jade stone pillars were made of Xian gold jade, low-grade earth-grade spiritual items. Thinking about it, even with how rich the dragon race was, they shouldn't not care about these hundreds of thousands of kilograms of Xian gold jade used to craft artifacts. The stone pillars were one of the cores of the spiritual formation of the Dragon Hall, so no one was foolish enough to touch them. They all looked around greedily at the spiritual materials used to decorate the hall. Be careful. This main hall is the most dangerous. Don't touch the items here for 3 years. Fang Ming reminded them, causing them to come to their senses. Following which he said, I used the Great Ming Shu theory technique to observe the hole in the formation should be on the left. When everyone heard that, they all looked toward the left, only to see that there was a side door in that direction. Moments later, the brows of dozens of people who were good at formations relaxed. One of them smiled. As expected, it is on the left. Brother Fang Ming's attainments in the formation path are really amazing. Fang Ming smiled humbly, taking the lead to walk towards the stone door on the left. Along the way, he was really careful, walking out from the side door and passing through a long stone corridor. Only then did everyone feel that their eyes were wide. It was a forest. However, compared to the inside of the hall, this place was much more dilapidated. The trees here are mostly dead. Zhong Shou, Zhong Yuan, and the others followed behind. When they walked out of the stone corridor, they saw Fang Ming think about it for a moment before walking towards the east. A portion of the people followed this person, while the rest of the people glanced around before silently dispersing and walking into the withered forest. The 600 people were reduced by half in an instant. Zhong Shou followed behind Fang Ming for a while. Suddenly, he felt his sleeves being pulled. Turning around, he saw Yi Feishuang giving him a signal. Zhong Shou instantly understood, following Feishuang and Feiyan in another direction. After walking for a while, he realized that the two of them were really familiar with this place, as if it was their own home. After breaking away from the line of sight of those people, they decided to just fly in the air, flying all the way. Zhong Shou followed behind. His heart couldn't help but tremble. The spiritual formation in the Dragon Hall was obviously related to space. If he wasn't careful, he would bump into the restrictions. Even before the spiritual formation was activated, his body would be sliced up by the space shrapnel. Luckily, he was safe and sound along the way. However, the cold-eyed teen didn't say anything. His expression was really calm. He didn't even bother with Zhong Shou's greeting. Zhong Shou originally thought that this ice flood dragon was naturally cold and arrogant. Only now did he realize that this fellow's eyes were totally dazed, like he didn't have any thoughts. It was similar to the puppets in his memory. He couldn't help but feel even more curious about where the Yi family sisters came from. After flying for half an hour, they traveled roughly 200 miles. Finally, a cave appeared in front of them. Zhong Shou looked at the signboard on the cave, only to see that on it were the words Pill Accumulating Cave. He couldn't help but be stunned. Your dragon race also knows how to refine pills? Yi Feishuang scoffed. Our dragon race is the spirit of all beasts. Why don't we know how to refine pills? It's just that there aren't many with such talent. Zhong Shou didn't believe her and continued to look at her with a weird gaze. Yi Feishuang was helpless and could only say, "There really are. However, they aren't in the 9 dragon halls. Our dragon race doesn't know how to refine pills. We just need to invite a few of your human race spirit masters." Zhong Shaxin thought that it was the case and broke out into a laugh. However, the word invite was more suitable to be used as a capture. When the dragon race was at their peak, they wouldn't be polite to human cultivators. To be continued. Chapter 499. Stepping into this pill-accumulating cave, one could see that the outermost layer was a really wide pill room. There were 20 human cultivator corpses that died here. There were also 2 dragon corpses that were left with only bones that were curled up at the side. A total of 30 pill furnaces were flipped over on the ground. There were no flames under the underground fire doors at the side. Without enough spiritual energy, it was obvious that the spiritual flames used to refine pills here had been abandoned. Apart from that, there were 60-odd rooms on both sides. Some of them were quiet rooms for cultivation, while others were independent alchemy rooms of higher levels. There were also a few corpses within. The corpses were more complete than the ones outside. They gave off a jade glow and were obviously cultivators above the spirit realm. These experts who stepped into the celestial path all had the ability to travel through space. As long as there weren't any dragon race guards, they could easily escape. However, for some reason, they died here. Looking closely, one could see some wounds. They should have died in a battle. Most probably it wasn't done by the dragon race, but by the spiritual artifacts and magical treasures of human race cultivators. Within the dozen pill rooms, there were also signs of an intense battle. Zhong Shou looked at these corpses and couldn't help but sigh. What should he say? They didn't die to the hands of the dragon race. However, in the end, they were killed by cultivators of the same race. He searched once more, but didn't find anything. The herbs in the pill furnaces were all abandoned. These cultivators also didn't have anything on them. There were only a few small cosmos bags left, but all of them had completely rotted away due to the passage of time. There were only a few magical treasures with dim, spiritual light, and those pill furnaces that were split between the 2 sides. These magical treasures were actually all destroyed. However, if an expert artifact refiner broke them down, the materials would still be really precious. Yi Feishuang searched, but to no avail. She stood in front of a stone door. She cast out spells to activate a small spiritual formation at the door and then broke it bit by bit. Zhong Shou took the time to move these corpses outside of the cave to bury them. As for the dragon corpses, he would gladly accept them. When he returned to the stone door, Yi Feishuang had already broken the restrictions. The facade was filled with rows of stone shelves, and at a glance, they were all filled with medicine bottles. Zhong Shou was not tempted. He casually took out a medicine bottle and opened it. Inside, there was either a musty smell or a black and pungent smell. The lower the grade of the spirit pill, the longer it would be able to last. No one had touched this place for tens of thousands of years, so it was impossible for a complete spirit pill to remain. Yi Feishuang also didn't pay any attention to the items here and directly walked deeper in. She arrived at a stone wall and observed it for a while. Then his eyes lit up and he stepped into the stone wall in front of him. Zhong Shou couldn't help but raise his brows. As he followed closely behind, he turned to Yi Fan and asked, "Did you sisters come here before?" Yi Fan was at a loss and shook her head. "Fan has never been here before, but I remember this place." He remembered it since he was young, but it's a little vague. Sister Feishuang knows more than me. Zhong Shouxin's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he was born with memories? It was okay if it was just a legacy ability, but he remembered the situation within the Dragon Hall clearly. The bloodlines of these 2 people were even more confusing. Were they high-grade true dragon race? How is that possible? Walking into the stone wall, Yi Feishuang looked back with a mocking expression. "Is it interesting to find my sister to get information from you?" Zhong Shou coughed and awkwardly looked away. This place was also a pill room, and it was really small. There were also a few stone shelves, but there were only a dozen pill bottles. Zhongsho's eyes lit up. He took out a pill bottle and opened it. Instantly, a pungent spiritual energy charged into his nose. These are all low-grade pills. How should we split them? A dozen pill bottles were all like that. Some were abandoned. Some the moment they were opened, the pills within seemed like they were about to fly out. The so-called spiritual weapons and spiritual pills of the cloud world were all spiritual arrays that were formed when refining weapons and pills. The higher-grade magical treasures and pills were merged with the power of laws. At this grade, they had the ability to go against life and death and snatch fate. The higher the grade of the pill, the stronger its spirituality. It was said that some celestial pills had 9 holes in their own consciousness, able to transform into a human form. Even if only half of the 200 pill bottles could be preserved, it would be a huge profit. He was right to come this time. Yi Feishuang also picked up the pill bottles one by one, her expression slowly dimming. Let's split a half. You don't need to be so happy. The pills here are all exclusive to the dragon race. Human race cultivators definitely can't consume them. The dragon race isn't in the cloud world anymore, so even if you want to sell them, you won't be able to. Zhongsho smiled and didn't say anything. Although that was the case, he still had a lightning-winged flood dragon on his arm. Zhong Yuan's lightning dragon and Chu Shui's greenhorn dragon could all be used. He looked at Fan, only to see that her expression was also dim. Zhongsho couldn't help but frown. You didn't find the dragon spirit bloodbirth pill? Is this the only place with that thing? There is only a 5% chance of finding it in the pill accumulating cave. We came here just to try our luck. However, there is definitely one in the legacy land of the Dragon Hall. Only that place is a little problematic. As she said that, Yi Feishuang rose into the air. Let's head to the dragon torture platform first. The few weapons there can't fall into the hands of Jiulong City. We also can't let the demon sect find them. Anyways, Zhongsho didn't mind and followed behind. Since his soul cultivation reached grade 7, he finally didn't need to pant after walking a few steps. Riding on the sword and traveling 1,000 miles, 3 days and 3 nights was no problem. The so-called dragon torture platform was at the west of the Dragon Hall. It was a giant blood-colored stone platform. 2 hours later, he and Yi Feishuang went around one round to avoid the spiritual formation lock. When they arrived here, before they even got close, they felt a materialized, vengeful blood energy charging into the clouds. In the middle was a giant guillotine that stood tall. Beside it were some torture tools, 2 large axes, 2 silver hooks, and some purple-gold long nails. One could also feel the vengeful energy charging into the heavens. When he got closer, he could even vaguely see the shadows of dragons coiling around these weapons. The lightning-winged flood dragon on Zhongsho's arm shrunk into a ball, the dragon patterns swiftly disappearing. Feishuang and Fan didn't dare to get close. They could only look at Zhongsho with their eyes wide open. Even the eye-side young man, who was in a daze, instinctively showed some fear on his face. Zhongsho was enlightened, thinking to himself that no wonder Yi Feishuang would say that these dragon race torture tools couldn't fall into the hands of Jiulong City. They had killed too many dragons, and these tools were watered with dragon blood, naturally suppressing the dragon race. If the demon sect people took them, they could also craft top demon treasures. The guillotine was naturally used to cut off heads. The axes were probably used to cut off limbs. As for the 2 silver hooks, they were mostly used to cut off bones and tendons. As for the purple-gold long nails, there was no need to talk about them. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart. The ancient people loved to use nails to nail people's fingers and toes. It was said that this method came from the dragon race. Before Zhongsho was able to take a closer look, a weird feeling rose up in his heart. Without hesitation, he tossed out several talismans one by one. These were object-absorbing talismans. These should be considered high-grade magical treasures. They all weighed tens of millions of kilograms. Especially that dragon-breaking guillotine. It was at least 150 million kilograms and was extremely heavy. With his strength, he was far from being able to lift it up. He could only use the object-absorbing talisman to keep it into his heaven and earth bag. However, just as he placed it in, the heaven and earth bag shook and was struck by the vengeful energy. It was actually in danger of exploding. Zhongsho was slightly shocked. Luckily, he had a Lingjie ring that had its own space. He had no choice but to move all these things into the Lingjie ring. Just as he kept these dragon race torture tools, a few auras appeared behind him. 5 black shirt people either stepped in the air or rode on artifacts as they swiftly flew over. When the 5 of them landed and saw Zhongsho and the others, they were all stunned. It was like they didn't expect that there would actually be someone who was a step faster than them. Then, when they saw that there was nothing left on the torture platform, they all frowned, their faces filled with rage. A man took another step forward as he flew closer and landed. He seemed to be the leader of the few of them, coldly looking at Zhongsho. "Are you Gantian Mountain Monster King Zhongsho? The torture tools here have nothing to do with your Gantian Mountain. Can you return those dragon race torture tools to my Jiuelong city? Naturally, I will take out suitable treasures to exchange for them. I won't let your highness take a loss." Zhongsho didn't say anything, looking back at him like he was looking at an idiot. That black shirt man was furious once more, but then he suppressed it. "We came specifically for the items here. If your highness isn't willing to give up, then the few of us won't be able to answer to you. Although Old Man Long Ying is strong, my Jiuelong city doesn't care. Your highness, please reconsider. Are you threatening me with these words?" Zhongsho smiled, the glow in his eyes fluctuating. The black-clothed man's breathing stopped for a moment. He only felt that Zhongsho's aura was unusually dangerous. However, looking at this kid, he was just at grade 7 soul power and hadn't even formed a god talisman. Only the cold-eyed male who gave off a grade 9 aura made him slightly wary. However, he was only wary. 4 grade 7 and 1 grade 9. The strength of both sides were at most on the same level. As for those 2 girls, he didn't place them in his eyes. Sweeping Zhong Yuan and the others, his lips curled up. "That's a little too much. My Jiuelong city's style has always been reasonable. Your highness, please name a price. I heard that your Gantian Mountain is in danger. Do you want to add another strong enemy?" Before he finished, in the next moment Zhongsho shook his head, "But I don't like to reason with people." Waving his sleeves, several white lights charged out, turning into several unrecognizable lights as they charged over. The black shirt man's pupils constricted, instinctively feeling terrified. His body explosively retreated, the sword light pointing out. It clashed with the white light, giving out a series of 6 clanging sounds. Who knows if it was a hidden weapon or something, but it finally bounced away in a dangerous manner. However, he couldn't block the last one. A silver-white knife light flashed. Then he snapped his neck. Instantly, blood gushed out like a fountain. Chapter 501. His head was tossed down. Only when the black shirt male was about to lose consciousness did he look forward. A palm-sized silver-white living being was hanging in the air. It looked like a human. 6 pairs of transparent wings spread out from its back. Its entire body was burning with saint white flames. It was bright and pure, 2-inch-long knife arms shining with a cold glow. At this time, the 2 martial sovereigns of the 8th step had just reacted and took a few steps forward. Just a tragic roar caused the weather to change. Spiritual energy within 1,000,000 feet surged. 2 strong killing intents locked on a Hanshi. However, before they attacked, they heard another dragon roar. Lightning flashed in front of them. A sky full of spear images brought with it purple lightning. It covered the 2 of them within. The purple glow in Hanshi's eyes sharpened. Just as the weapons of the 2 of them clashed with Zhong Yuan's purple lightning spear, it flashed once more. It turned into a white light. It sped through the surging energy blade glow. The 2 pairs of knife arms spun and pierced through the body of one of them. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were all smashed into pieces. The 2 Jiuelong City Spirit Masters behind had already noticed before the black shirt male's head was chopped off. They didn't hesitate to summon protector beasts, each of them slapping their spirit beast bags, and 2 grade 7 beasts appeared to protect in front of them. He tossed out a few more soul stones and chanted. With a spell, a few grade 8 soul beasts were summoned out. In an instant, they protected themselves tightly. The person on the left was about to cast a spell. However, he was only able to attract the surrounding fire element spiritual energy. His face changed and turned ashen white. A blade shadow, without any warning, suddenly appeared beside him. It was silent until the talismans protecting his body were broken one by one. Only then was he noticed. This person was shocked. His soul was about to leave his body and rise into the air. The sword's shadow followed closely behind like a shadow, stabbing into his soul. The sword body that was filled with true chi fiercely twisted, smashing the soul that had just transformed into a human form into pieces. When the other person saw that, he panicked. Subconsciously, he wanted to soar into the air and flee far away. However, just as he flew 30 feet into the air, he saw Zhongsho looking in his direction and suddenly smiling. In the next moment, four more silver lights flashed and pierced through the air. In the beginning, he was only slightly vigilant. However, the 4 blade lights, which contained an extreme sword intent, were right in front of him. No matter how he changed directions or dodged, when he was unable to dodge, he was on the verge of despair. The 2 guardian spirit beasts that were summoned were instantly killed by the saber shadow in front of them. The 2 level 8 spirit tools that he had temporarily used to defend himself were also shattered by the second and third slashes. The last one pierced straight through his glabella. Then, the sword intent suddenly exploded. The entire flying dagger immediately exploded into countless fragments. His head was blasted into smithereens. Even his Yuan soul was unable to escape in time. Under the impact of the boundless sword intent, his Yuan soul was constantly destroyed. In just a few breaths, the dragon torture platform regained its calmness. The last level 8 martial cultivator was killed by Hanshi and Zhong Yuan in one spear. His entire body was blown into pieces by the violent lightning power. From start to finish, Yi Fei Shuang and Yi Fan were stunned as they looked on for the side. When the 2 of them wanted help, the 5 Juelong City level 8 experts were all dead. Thus, the dragon torture platform was silent once more. A short while later, Yi Fei Shuang forced a smile. Actually, just now, these Juelong City people didn't dare to attack. Zhongsho was a little shocked. Then, he looked at Yi Fei Shuang with a smile that didn't look like a smile. I know. Naturally, they wouldn't dare. He naturally knew what the 5 of them were planning. Since they couldn't threaten and extort them, then they would temporarily give up and make plans later. However, it was also because of that he wouldn't allow them to leave alive. Yi Fei Shuang hesitated slightly before stammering out once more. These people have special identities in Juelong City. They are at least unified level. Zhongsho's expression became even weirder. If I let them go, in the future, Juelong City won't find trouble with you and me? He had at least 2 grievances with Juelong City that hadn't been solved. Along with this incident, it wasn't too much to say that they were enemies. 5 level 8 experts, their strength wasn't small. Although he didn't care, it was more or less problematic. Since they were already mortal enemies, then it was only natural that the opponent's strength be reduced as much as possible. He wanted to use virtue to convince people, but he also had to look at the person. Luckily, this wasn't a game, and he couldn't revive. 10,000 years later, no matter how many times he killed those opponents in the God Emperor game, they would recover and continue to go against him. What a headache. Yi Fei Shuang was speechless. The way she looked at Zhongsho was a little different. Along the way, her impression of Zhongsho was still the same as 2 years ago. When they parted, although there was an intense battle, they immediately separated, which was why she didn't have a deep impression of him. It was only at this moment that he realized that this commoner youngster, who could deal with everything indifferently, was actually decisive in killing, cruel in his methods, and vicious in his actions. Moreover, the strength of these people in front of her could faintly contend against her ice flood dragon puppet. All of a sudden, her thoughts were in a mess, not knowing how to face this Zhongsho. Zhongsho didn't bother about Yi Fei Shuang. waving his hand and taking their heaven and earth bags into his hand. Flipping through them for a moment, he took out several spiritual artifacts. Pretty much every one of them made Yi Feishuang's heart jump. On them, there was thick dragon blood energy. It was obvious that he had killed more than one dragon. Before this, she still had some pity for these few people, but now all of that had disappeared. She wanted to say something, but stopped herself. Before she opened her mouth, Zhongshou casually tossed them over. After Yi Feishuang was shocked, she revealed a grateful expression. These spiritual artifacts were mostly targeted at the dragon race. Towards people with dragon blood, they were the most lethal. Zhongshou didn't care much about them. Anyways, he didn't care about these things. Within the few heaven and earth bags, there were a few spiritual artifacts. Along with other spiritual talismans and mind stones, the price was comparable to 10 grade 9 beast crystals. Moreover, there were many exquisite items within. The murderous aura of those instruments is too strong. In the future, if you have suitable tools, you can ask me for them. If you trust me, I can help you refine them. Oh, what are these? Casually saying that, Zhongshou's brows suddenly furrowed as he took out a few items. There were 2 talismans made of special materials. They should be made from a 10,000-year snow silkworm silk, mixed with a really tough golden thread. The quality of the material was even comparable to the Taishian heart-locking soul-settling celestial talisman that he had used on Hanshi. Taking a closer look, Zhongshou burst out laughing as he looked at the ice flood dragon. No wonder these Juelong City people are so confident. This was a puppet spirit descending talisman, the one that Yang Fan had used before. After using it, it could turn into a silver armored puppet. However, this talisman was of a higher grade. The silver armored puppet that it summoned could reach the initial grade 9 realm. 2 puppet spirit descending talismans were enough to go up against the ice flood dragon. The 2 talismans were in the hands of the black shirt male. Luckily, he used Hanshi to instantly kill him. If he had the chance to use it, it would be a little problematic. Zhongshou was delighted as he kept one of the puppet spirit descending talismans. As for the other, a drop of essence blood was flicked in. When a few spells were injected in, it instantly activated. The talisman opened, and in just a moment, a tall silver-armored puppet appeared beside Zhongshou. He tried to control it, and, as expected, it was as he wished. He punched the ground, and the stone platform wasn't damaged at all. Zhongshou knew that its strength was no weaker than a grade 9 martial cultivator. The more proficient the controller was in martial arts, the stronger the strength of the silver-armored paper doll. There was another way to use it, which was to take one's soul out of the body and enter the body of the paper puppet to control. It was the same as having a grade 9 martial cultivator body. However, there was a point that wasn't good. If the paper puppet was damaged, the spirit master's soul would also be damaged. Sword cultivators didn't dare to do so, while normal spirit masters didn't. The value of this item far exceeded that of a top-grade spiritual artifact. It was made from a high-grade talisman so naturally it couldn't be used only once. As long as it wasn't damaged and shown under the sun, it would only take 10 days to recover. Every time, he would use 24 hours, which was a total of 2 days. The last item that surprised him was a scroll. After Zhongshou opened it, his eyes squinted. The scroll was naturally flat, but if one looked closely, one could see a 3-dimensional spiritual formation on the scroll. Looking closely, a weird expression appeared on Zhongshou's face. This is the formation diagram of the Dragon Hall. As he said that, Zhongshou turned and looked at Yi Feishuang. Why would Juelong City have such a thing? Looking at the diagram on it, it was already quite detailed. However, the shortcut that Yi Feishuang brought him over wasn't marked out. Yi Feishuang took a look and her expression changed. She then shook her head to express that she didn't know. Legend has it that Juelong City has a soul-searching technique. Maybe a high-grade dragon race person with the memories of the Dragon Hall fell into their hands. Following which she guessed, legend has it that 10,000 years ago, many of the human race cultivators who sought refuge in the 9 great dragon halls joined Juelong City. Or maybe they left them. Zhongshou laughed and didn't comment. He continued to look and noticed that not only was there a formation diagram, but there were also markings of various precious items within the Dragon Hall. First, it was the God Realm Dragon Pellet, which made Zhong Shaoxin's heart jump. On it, there were also markings, and it was at the core of the Dragon Hall. In the next instance, Zhong Shou asked curiously, what is the use of this energy accumulating fountain? On the diagram, there were a few red dots. One of them was the Dragon Torture Platform. The second was the Pill Accumulating Cave. The third was the Energy Accumulating Fountain. Energy Accumulating Fountain? This third Dragon Hall has an Energy Accumulating Fountain? Did you see wrongly? Yi Feishuang exclaimed and asked anxiously. Chapter 502. Energy Accumulating Fountain? There's an Energy Accumulating Fountain in the third Dragon Hall. Are you sure? Yi Feishuang exclaimed and asked anxiously. Zhong Shou's heart jumped when he heard that. Looking at her expression, was this Energy Accumulating Fountain really something amazing? Yi Feishuang and Zhong Shou nodded to confirm before taking in a deep breath. The Energy Accumulating Fountain is the best healing medicine for the dragon race. No matter what kind of injuries they have, they can be healed. If it is the Energy Accumulating Fountain, even true dragon types who have formed their cores can recover. Even if their physical body collapses, they can instantly recover. This item can also replace the Dragon Spirit Bloodbirth Pill. Apart from that, it also has the ability to accumulate dragons. With the Energy Accumulating Fountain, it can greatly increase the chances of flood dragons and serpents transforming into dragons. This spiritual pet of yours is really lucky. While saying that, Yi Feishuang looked at the grade 7 lightning-winged flood dragon that was still circling beside Zhong Shou. Accumulating dragon? Zhong Shou roughly understood what she meant. He really got what he wanted. He came from so far away to the third Dragon Hall to increase the chances of the lightning-winged flood dragon transforming into a dragon when it reached grade 8. Even if it was the lowest grade dragon type, its combat strength would have a huge change. If he had more, he could store a portion. When Zhong Yuan broke through to grade 8, he could use the grade 8 lightning dragon soul to recover his physical body. Then, what is the use of the Dragon Spirit Bloodbirth Pill that you sisters are searching for? Is it to help your mother recover? Yi Feishuang kept silent. Yi Feiyan wanted to reply, but was forced back by Yi Feishuang. Zhong Shou shook his head. It seemed like this person still had a limited amount of trust in him. Or maybe this Yi Feishuang was guarding against Song Xingdao. A moment later, Zhong Shou took in a deep breath. Then, if it is a God Realm dragon race, can the Energy Accumulating Fountain heal their dragon pellet? Losing the dragon pellet was, strictly speaking, an injury. Since this Energy Accumulating Fountain could help the dragon race recover after they formed their dragon pellet. Who knows? He might be able to help A.O. Kuan form his dragon pellet. I'm not too sure about this. I only know that the Energy Accumulating Spring is the healing spring of our dragon race. Its effects are so strong that it is similar to what the humans call a dying person, regrowing flesh and bones. Yi Feishuang was slightly confused. She didn't know why Zhong Shou was asking this. Was there really a God Realm true dragon that lost its dragon pellet in the cloud world? Zhong Shou just happened to recognize him. How is that possible? However, Yi Feishuang does not know whether or not it can help the true dragon condense a dragon core. Even though I'm a member of the dragon race, the memories I inherited are limited. Zhong Shou sighed. The hope that had risen in his heart died down again. However, he had to go to the Essence Accumulating Spring. Anyway, it's good to go and take a look. He kept the few St. Fire silver ants into his heaven and earth bag. Zhong Shou looked at Ruo Shui, who was looking enviously at Chu Shui, who was lying on the back of the chill gold tiger. He couldn't help but shake his head. He nearly forgot that Ruo Shui was a sleepy person. Since she was poisoned, she had been like that. As long as she had nothing to do, she would like to lie on the bed. He instinctively wanted to keep Chu Shui into the Lingjie ring. However, at this moment, there were a few torture tools which were filled with fierce energy which weren't suitable. He could only let her do as she wished. He looked towards Yi Feiyan, Sister Fan, are you afraid of me? I'm not afraid. Yi Fan shook her head without hesitation. Her tone was firm. I only know that Brother Shou won't harm me. Zhong Shou was originally happy and laughed. When he heard the last sentence, he was speechless. Didn't I say to call me Brother Shou? Zhong Yuan was at the side and couldn't help but smile when he heard that. Fan and Fei Shuang had no memory of the location of the energy-accumulating fountain, so they could only follow the map that they snatched. Although there were many places on the spiritual formation drawn on the scroll, they were all empty and had flaws. However, it was generally not bad. Along with Yi Fei Shuang's inherited memories, they didn't face any dangers along the way. Zhong Shou sighed to himself. This was the benefit of having enough information. If he followed Feng Ming and the others, he would probably still be wandering around the Dragon Hall like a headless fly. Actually, based on the map on the scroll, there were dozens of spiritual items marked along the way. For example, the Garden in the east made Zhong Shou drool. However, without exception, all of the spiritual formations around these things were incomparably strict. Even with Zhong Shou's formation path attainments, looking at the structure of the spiritual formations, he could tell that these places were extremely dangerous. Moreover, there were no weaknesses that could be exploited at all. Although this energy-accumulating fountain wasn't at the core of the Dragon Hall, it was at the deepest part, an unassuming and secluded place. When the few of them arrived, half a day had already passed. However, when Zhong Shou first drove the sword and landed, the few of them were startled. Where was the energy-accumulating fountain? It was just a huge mountain. They spread out their spiritual sense and swept around, but they were unable to find any traces of the fountain. Yi Fei Shuang's face was the ugliest. She searched all around, and after finding nothing, she forced a smile. It should be the people of Juelong City who confused the third Dragon Hall with the other Dragon Halls. Speaking of which, the energy-accumulating fountain is such an important spiritual fountain. How can Fan and I have no memory of it? This place is empty, so I think it is best if we rush to the Legacy Land. Zhong Shou didn't agree or disagree, opening the scroll and staring into space. The map and formation diagram of the Dragon Hall on the scroll was 3D. It was roughly similar to the one in the third Dragon Hall. However, speaking of which, it wasn't totally weird. The other spiritual items were all accurately marked out. Only this energy-accumulating fountain was roughly written at the northwest corner. Thinking about it seriously, Zhong Shou raised his head and looked into the sky. Then he smiled and said, "That is why I hate those hidden instance dungeons the most." Yi Fei Shuang and the others were startled. Hidden instances? What was that? In the next instance, Zhong Shou tossed 9 grade 8 mind stones into the air. When they reached 5,000 feet, Zhong Shou detonated them one by one. In an instant, large amounts of spiritual energy surged out. It swept in all directions, spreading to every corner. This was a trick that players had to master in the game Divine Emperor 10,000 years later, and it was widely known. Especially in the middle and late stages, many instances were heavily guarded with spiritual formations. However, there were very few qualified formation masters who were good at formations. Thus, this method became more and more important. Using spiritual energy to strike, using the stupidest method to forcefully break through. Basically, no matter what kind of restrictions or traps, they would all be revealed. However, this method consumed a lot of mind stones. It wasn't something that normal people could afford. There was also a prerequisite, which was that the person who broke the formation had to have strong foundations in the formation path. Or perhaps there were flaws in the formation to begin with. Which was why, unless it was for a really rare spiritual treasure or some rich kids, or for a guild to explore an instance dungeon, very few people would use it. Zhong Shou's family was indeed rich, which was why he had the confidence to blow up all 9 grade 8 mind stones at once. When spiritual energy surged across, one could see tens of thousands of spiritual formation restrictions in the air. They locked down the entire space. One could see a crack that wasn't too big, just big enough for the 3 of them to pass through. It was on the right side of the sky. Amidst the clouds, an indistinct door suddenly appeared. It wasn't appropriate to say that it was a gate, as it was just a whirlpool that gathered thick spiritual energy. Zhongsho's eyes lit up, and he didn't hesitate to jump up and enter the crack. Yifei Shuang was startled, but she followed closely behind Zhongsho. The spiritual formation restrictions were constantly changing, and the exposed crack started to disappear as time went on, changing its position. Zhongsho didn't care at all, tossing out mind stones and beast crystals one after another. He followed the gaps that flashed and disappeared. In just a moment, he was in front of the whirlpool. When he entered, heaven and earth instantly changed. The scenes were totally different from before. There is actually such a place in your Dragon Hall. The Dragon Hall was where the dragon race gathered. Although it was solemn and luxurious, its style was rough and wide. However, in front of Zhongsho, this 13,000 feet area was really exquisite. The decorations were like the gardens of the nobles of the human race. The scenery was like a poem and a painting beautiful beyond compare. In the distance, there was a high platform that seemed really majestic. Yifei Shuang followed behind him. She was also incomparably shocked as she looked at this place. She shook her head. I don't know. This place should be the so-called vast habitat. Who knows which Saint Realm expert built it, placing the entrance within our Dragon Hall. No wonder Fan and I have no memory of it. Zhongsho also noticed that this place was similar to the common people's vast habitat. Actually, the location shouldn't be within the Dragon Hall. Looking around, Zhongsho tossed out several mind stones into the sky. When they all exploded, he noticed that there weren't many restrictions here. The spiritual formations here seemed to have all collapsed and were riddled with holes. Zhongsho suddenly flew up, and in just a moment, he saw a place to the north. There was a clear and cold pool of water. It was 150 feet in length and width, and it contained spiritual light. When he rushed over, Zhongsho noticed that not only was the pool wide, but it was also really deep. Reaching out with his spiritual sense, was it 4,000 feet deep? Such a huge pool. Was it the energy accumulating fountain? If that was the case, then this fountain water wasn't worth much. Yifei Shuang's eyes were filled with shock. 14,000 years of nurturing, as expected, it isn't a small matter. This fountain water is enough to help 10 grade 9 flood dragons transform into dragon form. Zhongsho was stunned. Tens of thousands of tons of dragon accumulating fountain water could only help 10 flood dragons transform into dragons. Yifei Shuang continued. The dragon accumulating fountain should be at the bottom. This is where you found the clue, and it was all because of your strength that you were able to obtain it. I am thick-skinned and only take 10%. While she spoke, she tossed a jade bottle into the deep pool. Chapter 503. The bottle dived into the bottom of the pond, and as expected, it only absorbed about 10% of the thick black liquid before stopping. Zhongsho nodded his head when he saw that. This Yifei Shuang knew her place. However, when he looked at the deep pond, he was slightly worried. At this moment, his lightning-winged flood dragon had indeed reached the peak of grade 7. However, it was still a distance away from transforming into a dragon. Did he have to wait until he got out of here? Yifei Shuang saw that Zhongsho was in a tough spot and laughed coldly. If you want to transform into a dragon, it is best to do it in this pond. The energy accumulating fountain is not impossible to take out, but its effects will be reduced by a lot. I do have a few drops of lightning dragon blood which I can lend to you. However, in the future, remember to return it. She suddenly threw a small bottle over. Yifei Shuang came back to her senses and said, I have some too. She dug out from her heaven and earth bag and took out a small bottle. This made Yifei Shuang's eyes open wide in rage. Zhongsho took it without any hesitation. He opened it, and his eyes were filled with joy. This was the essence blood of a celestial realm true dragon. It might not be as good as Ao Kuan's, but it was the same bloodline as the lightning bloodline, and its effects were a little stronger. He kept a few drops of it. The rest of the dragon blood was flicked into the mouth of the lightning-winged flood dragon, which had appeared once more. The latter roared out and with a wave of its tail, dived into the pond. A spiritual light shone, and the entire pond started to boil, giving off numerous bubbles. Then, there was no more sound. Zhongsho was originally filled with anticipation, but at this moment he was startled. Then, he looked towards Fei Shuang and feigned curiously. Fei Shuang rubbed her temples with a headache. Do you think it is so easy to transform into a dragon? If it was a normal day, it would take at least 49 days. Even with the help of the energy accumulating fountain, it would take a full 24 hours to recover. When Zhongsho heard that, he laughed awkwardly. He had almost forgotten that he had read about it in a book before. He carefully looked at the pond and saw that the thunder-winged flood dragon was moving again. Its skin and flesh had already split open, and its body was twisting, as if it wanted to rush out from its own skin. In just a short moment, he was riddled with wounds. However, the effects of the essence accumulating spring were indeed extraordinary. No matter how severe his injuries were, he would be able to swiftly recover from them and maintain an abundance of origin energy. Could this energy accumulating spring be the so-called dragon transformation pool? Looking at Fei Shuang's smile that wasn't a smile, Zhongsho was deep in thought. In the next moment, he summoned Hanshi and the 6 silver ants. He exchanged glances with the Saint Fire Ant Queen for a moment. Only when Hanshi shifted its gaze away did Zhongsho laugh coldly. He tossed the 7 Saint Fire silver ants into the pond. Fei Shuang was slightly shocked. Are you crazy? If the dragon transformation pool isn't of the dragon type, then it is poisonous. However, the moment she spoke, Zhongsho released the soul suppression on Hanshi. A look of surprise appeared in the latter's eyes. In that instance, numerous silver threads stretched out from its body and wrapped it up, forming a cocoon. The other 6 silver ants were the same, just that their bodies were slightly smaller. They all sank into the depths of the pond. Not only were they perfectly fine, but they also directly swallowed a portion of the essence accumulating spring water. Fei Shuang's mouth was agape, only comprehending after a long while, are these silver ants natural variants? Zhongsho laughed and didn't say anything. He only sighed. This Fei Shuang had changed too much. She was really knowledgeable. In the past, when she acted like she knew, she was even cuter. The thunder-winged flood dragon needed at least 24 hours to transform into a dragon. No one else could find this place, so it could be considered safe. The few of them spread out and searched for other spiritual items within this small-sized, vast habitat. The amount of spiritual energy here wasn't below that of the common people's vast habitat. Zhongsho brought Zhongyuan and Ruoshui to sweep all around. They didn't learn anything that was too good, but they did pick a bunch of older spiritual herbs. They barely made up for the losses they suffered when they tried to break through the formation. An hour later, the few of them gathered at the pond. At this moment, Zhongsho was looking towards the south of the vast habitat. There was a white jade platform with a total of 81 stone steps there. Miss Fei Shuang, why aren't the 2 of you looking at the platform? In this vast habitat, Zhongsho and Fei Shuang had discussed and decided that they would each search half. They wouldn't need to take out the spiritual items below grade 7. Those above grade 7 would be split according to a ratio of 9:1. Weirdly, on the stone platform that could hide treasures, Fei Shuang didn't move. Fei Shuang and the Eye Serpent puppet didn't enter to investigate, just walking around outside. What made Zhongsho feel weird was that after Fei Shuang heard that, she frowned in confusion, injecting spiritual energy in her eyes. Where is the stone platform? Zhongsho was stunned, thinking to himself that he saw wrongly. Or was it an illusion? He looked towards Zhongyuan and Ruoshui, only to see that the 2 of them were also filled with confusion. Looking forward, they were also injecting true chi and soul power into their eyes. However, no matter how he looked, that white jade stone was still standing in the south. Zhongsho's eyes constricted, following which he didn't hesitate to jump up. In just a few breaths, he stood below the stone platform. Zhongsho probed, taking a step forward. It was indeed a flight of steps. The feeling couldn't be more real. Sho's eyes lit up as he continued to climb. When he reached the 49th step, he suddenly felt a huge pressure on his body. It was close to crushing his body. Before Sho was able to react, one white and one dark, two whirlpools left his body. The moment the black and white whole Dharma appeared, the entire stone platform was split apart. Half was thick darkness, the other half was eye-catching white. The pressure that had almost crushed him to pieces also disappeared without a trace in an instant. Sho's brows furrowed, but he didn't think too much about it. He stepped onto the stone platform and kept the black and white whole Dharma. On this jade stone platform was a 3-story building. Before this, he wasn't able to see it clearly from afar. Now that he was on the platform, he could see the signboard above with the words Stargazing Tower. Before this, he didn't pay much attention, but now he found it weird. With his eyesight, how could he not see clearly from less than 10,000 feet away? However, in this stargazing tower, in a small, vast habitat, there was only a huge sun. Not to mention stars, there wasn't even a moon. What kind of stars was this stargazing tower looking at? His heart filled with doubts, Sho still pushed open the door and walked in. Instantly, he took in a deep cold breath, only to see that within the building, it was totally different from the ancient-looking building he had imagined. What he saw was a night sky, and around it were numerous stars. Stepping in, it was like he was hanging in a universe. Apart from the stone platform under his feet, north, south, east, west, up, down, left, right, it was all endless space. Reaching out with his spiritual sense, he was far from being able to touch the edges. There was nothing around, apart from some particles. It was a total vacuum. An understanding rose up in Sho's heart. That door was most probably an entrance to change space. The pavilion in his eyes was just on the surface. The stone steps stretched into the distance until 10,000 feet away. There was another stone platform, but it was even bigger. There was a huge metal instrument placed there, made up of numerous rings, each of them locking onto one another. Sho walked in front of it and saw that there was a stone stele with the words World Viewing Instrument. World Viewing Instrument? World Viewing? What arrogance! Is this thing really able to view a world? Sho didn't think much of it, thinking that the owner of this place was probably exaggerating. However, it made him more and more curious. He walked under the giant instrument. At the center was a circular spell altar. There was a spiritual formation that one couldn't understand. It should be used to control the instrument. Sho walked to the center of the altar and looked around. His expression was filled with disappointment. There were no spiritual artifacts or magical treasures that could be used here. There was no sign of celestial treasures. As for the spiritual formation on the spell altar, it was too deep, reaching a level that he couldn't understand at all. As for this giant instrument, he didn't know how to use it. Just as he was about to turn around, Sho heard a cracking sound. His heart was filled with shock. He instinctively looked towards the source of the sound. He saw that the many rings above that didn't move actually started to spin. Then, the speed became faster and faster, following which, many rays of starlight shone over from all directions. It caused all the rings to show purple gold talismans. Sho's expression changed slightly, and he wanted to leave far away. However, at this moment, the spell altar below was shining with a spiritual light. Numerous layers of transparent barriers wrapped up this small spell altar. It continued to extend outwards and only stopped after reaching a total of 81 levels. Sho was trapped within, unable to move at all. His expression was dark and uncertain, but his heart was calm, extremely calm. Although he didn't know what kind of unforeseen event had happened, he could only watch quietly from the sidelines in this situation where he couldn't escape. No matter how anxious he was, it was useless. After a short while, as the many rings revolved to the extreme, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. The spiritual light became brighter and brighter. In an instant, the entire void was completely torn apart. A moment later, the stars in front of Sho, along with the world viewing instrument, totally disappeared. Below him, there was only that small spell altar and a full 81 layers of defensive barriers. Where is this? Can I return? Only then did such a thought rise up in Zhongsho's mind. He saw that in the distance, a small light spot suddenly exploded. An eye-piercing light shone in all directions. The light was so bright that even his light in the day couldn't compare to it. Even after passing through the 81 layers of spiritual light, it still made his eyes hurt. However, who knows if it was because of the formation? The light spot in the distance was swiftly expanding, crazily expanding in all directions. Numerous substances were being spat out. At this moment, Zhongsho was totally stunned. The scenes in front of him were scenes from the absolute beginning. Chapter 504. When the scenes of the origin exploding entered his eyes, Zhongsho only felt like his mind was about to explode. However, he instinctively wanted to remember the scenes in front of him and imprint them in the depths of his soul. It was the core of the absolute beginning. It was really the core of the absolute beginning. He personally saw the light spot increase at an exaggerated rate. Numerous light and heat waves were being produced. A complete world was being swiftly born. In a millionth of an instant, it expanded by trillions of times. Numerous resources, numerous elements were being formed. Where Zhongsho was also affected. Then, like a bubble, it merged into the entire newly born space. The vast energy continued to strike, causing the 81 layers of spiritual light to shatter layer by layer. However, Zhongsho avoided it when the 7th layer was broken. Even if he knew that at this moment, this newly born world was forming various laws. He might even be able to trace the source of the path and not dare to look further. He knew that if he continued to look, in just a moment his mind would explode. Even at this moment, his head still felt an intense headache. Positive energy and negative energy lighting up, black hole and white hole, positive universe and anti-universe, the lines, planes, bodies, 3 dimensions and time that were swiftly spreading out. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Some knowledge from the future, as well as numerous Buddhist and Taoist scriptures, all appeared in his mind. When the light exploded, some detailed scenes flashed in his mind. As expected, all worlds were born from one. Unfortunately, what he saw was too little. It was too little. In his heart, he felt really regretful that his cultivation was still too low. If he could reach God realm and Saint realm and see such scenes, he might even be able to trace the source of the path. He was also shocked. Who was the one who made this instrument? The world viewing instrument could really see the life of a world. The explosion of the core of the absolute beginning. The scenes of the world that was born from one source shouldn't be able to be seen. They weren't on the same space-time level, so one shouldn't be able to use one's eyes to look at it. Even if he were to fuse with it now, the dazzling light would still be able to completely blind him. It would also cause his body to shatter amidst the crazy expansion of space. However, just now, not only did he truly see it, but his body was perfectly fine. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this world-viewing instrument was a divine artifact. Who was the one who made this thing? Observing the birth of a world, were they the only few end realm experts in the cloud world? After a long while, the pain in Zhongsho's head had not completely subsided. It was still hurting faintly. This was a sign of the extreme exhaustion of his heart force. However, those complicated thoughts still didn't stop, one after another. He couldn't help but mock himself. He had only seen a fraction of a second of the absolute beginning. Countless questions arose in his mind, and at the same time, countless doubts were solved. Gradually, the sea of soul started to become unstable. First, the 18 true talismans began to change. Some of the true spiritual charms within started to change. The Qianquan and Qianquan talismans, in particular, were fluctuating intensely. Vaguely, it seemed like it was going to merge into a talisman, turning into a U-word. As for the time symbol, it was no longer opposing the universe symbol. Instead, it began to fuse with the universe symbol. It suddenly twisted and spread out, wrapping up the remaining 15 true talismans, the black and white whole dermas, as well as the stars that filled his soul sea. Following which, The black and white holes also changed slightly. Bit by bit, the black hole became darker and darker, while the white hole also became extremely hot. The entire process was totally out of Zhongsho's control. Pretty much the moment he thought about something, his soul would change. His thoughts were scattered, and he was also inspired. Many principles that might have taken a year or even 10 years to comprehend were all unraveled in an instant. If it wasn't for his soul power not being enough, he could have even formed a portion of the god talismans. No, even if I use up all the potential in my body, I can't be so quick. This spell alter seemed a little weird. Sensing the surroundings, he felt that there were numerous talismans on the spell altar that were circling around his body. Coincidentally, they formed a spiritual formation to forcefully suck out something from his body. It caused the thinking speed in his mind to reach the maximum. However, when he observed his body, the vital energy were still abundant, and there were no signs of it weakening. The potential of life was still hidden in the depths of his body. Then is it lifespan? The moment he guessed, Zhongsho understood. Apart from that, there were no other possibilities. Although he didn't feel anything, Zhongsho knew that his current lifespan would be consumed at least 100 to 200 years, maybe even 300 to 500 years. However, he didn't feel any regret in his heart. His soul power was grade 7, and he already had 1,000 years of lifespan. Stepping into grade 8, it would increase by another 200 years. He didn't need to worry about his lifespan running out and dying. To be able to have such a fortuitous encounter was a joyous matter. The upheaval in his spirit only stopped after a full 4 hours and a quarter of an hour, and then stabilized once again. As for Zhongsho's chaotic thoughts, they slowly calmed down. It wasn't that he took the initiative to suppress his emotions, but that he couldn't comprehend anymore. Before this, he had already comprehended all the things he saw in the scenes of the source, all the things he could understand and grasp. The remaining portion was something he couldn't comprehend and couldn't touch. He had no place to start all. Luckily, the glow of the spiritual formation around him was slowly dimming. Most probably it had stopped, and his remaining lifespan should be able to be preserved. Opening his eyes once more, Zhongsho looked outside of the spiritual light barrier. Of the 81 layers of barriers, only 9 were left. However, it had already stabilized, resisting the impact, and seemed unbreakable. The expansion speed of this new universe had also slowly slowed down. The effects of some laws had started to appear. A bright glow flashed in Samuraim's eyes as he looked closely once more. Compared to the explosive impact during the absolute beginning, which caught people off guard, it was much more powerful. At this moment, Zhongsho could already accept the changes in the world after it slowed down. However, in less than 15 minutes, Zhongsho's head still had an intense headache. He could only close his eyes once more and stop looking. It was extremely difficult to remember these scenes. Even if the spiritual formation was continuously using his lifespan, Zhongsho still felt that he couldn't support it. He also felt that if he continued to look at it like this, sooner or later he would die of old age here. To be able to view the scenes of the source and a portion of the laws when he was grade 7, this kind of fortuitous encounter was already extremely rare, and it was already his limit. Although he wasn't willing to accept the remaining parts, why force it? Buddhists had eyes, humans had 6 evils: greed, anger, stupidity, slowness, doubt, and evil. These were the roots of humans, amongst which greed was the first evil of Buddhists. This heart of the path was actually a form of greed. With his mindset, Zhongsho didn't open his eyes anymore. Since he was bored, he started to use the spiritual formation of the spell altar to activate the great sky changing meditation technique in his soul to deduce the heaven realm portion of the world shocking spiritual art. Only now did he notice that his understanding of the laws of heaven and earth and the path was 2 to 3 levels higher than before. The latter portions of the world's shocking spiritual art were being perfected at a shocking speed. He even continued to backtrack to make up for the flaws in the foundations. However, just as Zhongsho went from ascended ancestor spiritual grandmaster to the spirit realm portion, he was startled. He couldn't deduce anymore. The path ahead was limited without hesitation. Zhongsho started from the foundations once more. Bit by bit, even the tiniest of flaws and inadequacies were fixed one by one. Body chakra, heaven chakra, earth chakra, entering the celestial path. However, it still didn't work. When he reached the middle spirit realm, he was unable to continue. How is that possible? Zhongsho was stunned. Then, he crazily deduced over and over. However, when he reached the middle spirit realm, he was unable to complete it. At first, he thought that it was because of his bloodline. However, even if he added in a water element god beast bloodline that could go up against the sky-burning blood, he could only take half a step forward with the world's shocking spiritual art and cultivate to the late spirit realm. Is it because my Tao foundations aren't enough to create this technique? Or was the idea of the ice and fire spiral technique wrong from the start? Thinking about it carefully, Zhongsho shook his head. Even though he had failed countless times, he was still confident that he could create a ninth-class martial arts cultivation method. Moreover, the foundations of the world's shocking spiritual art didn't need deep cultivation of the Tao. The ice and fire spiral countered and helped each other, so it couldn't be wrong. Originally, he should have been able to cultivate this cultivation method without any obstructions. Only some unknown factor caused it to fail. Wait, countered and helped each other? Looking at his soul and looking at the black and white hole Dharma, Zhongsho comprehended something. If ice and fire didn't work, then what about yin and yang? His eyes lit up. Zhongsho directly pushed the world's shocking spiritual art from before to reconstruct it. This time, it was unobstructed at the start. However, in the end, when he stepped into the celestial path, he was stuck and was unable to make any progress. In the end, it was worse than the previous few times. Why did he feel like he was lacking something? The Taoists say that alone yin won't give birth, alone yang won't grow. Is that the reason? But that's a little too much. Zhongsho broke out into a laugh. However, he still tried to deduce once more. Then, his expression completely froze. He actually succeeded. He was able to proceed forwards like a hot knife through butter. The obstacles before Spirit Realm were all unobstructed, and he was progressing all the way to intermediate Celestial Realm. Zhongsho frowned. He only felt that his extremely active thoughts started to calm down. He was unable to continue with his deductions. The spell altar below shook slightly. Did it end? When Zhongsho opened his eyes once more, he saw the space in front of him being ripped apart once more. This spell altar was being pulled in a certain direction by an extremely vast power. When Zhongsho came back to his senses, he saw that the spell altar had returned to its original spot. It was still on the stone platform. The world viewing instrument above also regained its silence. It was cold and lifeless like it had never moved. Chapter 505. Zhongsho looked at the rings above. He still didn't understand and didn't have the intention to understand. Taking a look, he immediately walked out of the spell altar. He was afraid that he would be teleported to another unopened world for no reason. Moreover, he didn't have so much lifespan to use. Following the stone bridge that stretched across space, Zhongsho walked out. Just as he was about to cross the door, he heard a laugh in his ear. So that's the case. Unlimited light and endless darkness. Luck talisman. No wonder you can use this world viewing platform. Interesting. There are still such juniors in the cloud world. Grade 7 to see the opening of a world. Who knows if it is a blessing or a curse for you? Take care. Zhongsho was astonished. The voice was so sudden, like it was right beside his ear. He turned around, only to see that there was no one around. His spiritual sense didn't sense anything weird. Frowning, Zhongsho didn't hesitate to step out of the door. Then, he turned around and looked at the building, entering deep thought. That voice was really weird. Was it the owner of this stargazing tower? However, it didn't sound like it had any bad intentions. Shaking his head, Zhongsho could only temporarily place down all his questions. First, he summoned out a water mirror, thinking to himself that with so much lifespan being sucked out, would he turn into an old man? He didn't like acting young, but he wasn't willing to turn into an old man. Looking at the mirror, Zhongsho was slightly startled, only to see that his face was still young. It was still that extremely young face, without any change at all. A moment later, Zhongsho comprehended something, sighing as he face-palmed. Legend had it that after grade 7, people with deep foundations would be able to maintain their looks. How did he forget? Which meant that in the future, he would always look like a 16-year-old. After feeling dejected for a moment, Zhongsho forced out a drop of fresh blood from his finger. Then, he chanted some incantations, and after a few spells, an inch-long light shone out from the blood. This was a secret technique used in the later generations to test one's lifespan. It could even be used on ordinary people. The results of the test made even Zhongsho frown. 30 years. The consumption of his lifespan in the world viewing instrument was actually over 900 years. If he couldn't make a breakthrough in his cultivation, he would only have 30 years left to live. Zhongsho's eyes flashed as he sighed, but he did not take it to heart. What really made him depressed was that he had spent at least 7 days in the world viewing instrument. The Dragon Palace opened on the first day and closed on the third day. In other words, the current Dragon Hall had probably been closed for a long time. This was the thing that gave him a headache. There was also a piercing pain in his head, causing him to lose consciousness. He had expended too much of his mental strength, and no matter what spirit pills he used, it was impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. As he walked down the stone steps, Zhongsho was once again stunned. He saw that at the energy accumulating altar, Zhong Yuan, Ruo Shui, and the Feishuang sisters were still beside the pond, looking over in shock. Zhongsho was also really confused as he flew over. Just as he was about to ask the few of them why they hadn't left after 3 days had passed, he saw that the world viewing instrument's body was suddenly stunned. Following which, he saw that the lightning-winged flood dragon and the 7 silver cocoons were still in the depths of the pond. He immediately changed his question. How long was I gone for? What time is it now? Was it long? Just now I saw you walk over there. First, you mysteriously disappeared for about a breath of time, and then you came back. Yi Feishuang had a weird expression on her face as she looked at Zhongsho's ashen white face. Worry appeared in her eyes. Are you okay? Zhongsho was stunned once more. Was the 7 days just a breath? When he turned his head around, the stone platform from before had totally disappeared, and he couldn't see it anymore. Frowning slightly, Zhongsho's expression returned to normal after a short while. He smiled. Why? Are you worried about me? Scoff. I was just afraid that something would happen to you, and you wouldn't be able to enter the legacy land. Yi Feishuang turned her head in disdain. This energy accumulating essence fountain can replace the dragon spirit bloodbirth pill. However, there are few spiritual items in the legacy land. It would be a waste if we don't go and get them. While Yi Feishuang was speaking, Yi Fei and beside her made a cute face towards Zhongsho. She pointed at her lips and then at her heart, waving her hands. This was Zhongsho's way of telling her that his sister didn't mean what she said. Zhongsho broke into a laugh. Only then did Yi Feishuang come back to her senses, turning her head and staring furiously at her sister. There were still close to 18 hours until the lightning-winged flood dragon transformed into a dragon. Zhongsho sat quietly and waited. Surprisingly, he didn't try to comprehend anything and didn't meditate to cultivate. His mind was totally relaxed, and his breathing was shallow. His consciousness was half asleep and half awake, and his thoughts had all stopped. He used such a method that was close to hibernation, stopping all signs of life to recover the energy he used up. Who knows how long passed, but a dragon roar broke out from the pond and shook the clouds. Zhongsho opened his eyes, only to see a dragon-shaped creature covered in purple scales struggling out. It was the lightning-winged flood dragon. After its body transformed, it had shrunk a little. However, the purple lightning around its body became denser and denser. The dragon aura was vast, and even Zhongsho's brows furrowed. On the sides of the dragon's body, there was a pair of wings. It seemed like it could absorb the true fire of the sun, and the flames wrapped around it. After flying in the air for a few minutes, the lightning-winged flood dragon suddenly landed beside Zhongshou, docilely circling by his side. Yi Fei Shuang looked expressionlessly, a look of envy appearing in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Not bad, just transforming into a dragon, and your bloodline is intermediate grade, no weaker than those natural god beasts. Unfortunately, your lightning-winged flood dragon's bloodline is mixed with the blood of the winged flood dragon. If you can't reject or merge with it, it will be a disaster and not a blessing. Zhongshou acknowledged, but he didn't bother, continuing to look at the energy-accumulating fountain. Logically speaking, the advancement of these 7 Saint Fire Silver Ants should be a little faster than that of the lightning-winged flood dragon. As expected, a moment later, the largest silver egg started to move. It didn't break out of the cocoon, but the threads were swiftly retracting. In just a moment, a silver light flew up from the pond. It came in front of Zhongshou and coldly stared at him. Its eyes regained the arrogance from before, filled with an untamed and provocative intent. It was trying to go against Zhongshou's soul power control. Its body was burning with silver-white flames. Zhongshou was delighted, and then the expression in his eyes changed. He didn't forcefully activate the soul control formation as well as the Taishan heart-locking soul settling talisman to suppress it. Instead, his aura turned cold, and a sword intent exploded out, like it came from the ancient source, the beginning of all things. The sword intent pressed down on Hanshi's body, causing the flames of the Saint Fire Silver Ant to disappear. Its body actually trembled slightly, revealing fear. Just now, it wanted to go against Zhongshou's control, but now it was afraid of Zhongshou like a tiger. Chu Shui, who was sleeping on the side, frowned, asking curiously, "Absolute beginning?" Zhongshou turned around and looked at this brat. He was slightly confused, but he didn't notice anything weird. Was this Shui talking in her sleep? But why did she use the word absolute beginning? What she used just now was the small bit of intent that she comprehended from the world viewing platform and the absolute beginning core. It wasn't much, but it was the beginning of all things. Even natural variants could be suppressed. At this moment, the lightning-winged dragon behind Zhongshou roared, filled with a threatening intent. Hanshi's body shook once more. Looking at Long Ying behind Zhongshou, its eyes were filled with shock. Dragons were god beasts, the same grade as natural variants. At this moment, it was grade 8. Its threatening strength was totally different from before when it was just a winged flood dragon. Flying back dozens of feet in fear, Hanshi was totally tamed. Its eyes regained calmness, and it didn't struggle anymore. At this moment, Zhongshou paid close attention to the changes on Hanshi's body. It was half a foot taller, its 4-knife arms stretched out and became much sharper. The 6 pairs of wings on its back were covered in silver patterns. That silver-white Saint Flame burned and wrapped around its body. It seemed more and more pure. Its entire form was extremely beautiful. It was like a real angel-winged person. It was unbelievable that this thing came from that ugly and disgusting demon fire crystal, and Zhongshou was also astonished. In the next moment, he felt a spiritual sense fluctuation spread over from Hanshi, and he was in deep thought. He understood that this was Hanshi's evolution information. After this Saint Fire Ant Queen advanced to grade 8, it had 2 choices. One was to self-reproduce and split, and it could split into 4 more intermediate grade 7 Saint Fire Silver Ants. The other choice was to strengthen those 6 silver ants and raise them by half a grade. One more step above the intermediate grade 7 to reach the peak level. Be it strength or control of heaven and earth spiritual energy, it was just half a grade away. Its speed wasn't any weaker and was several times better. Once Hanshi advanced to the intermediate grade 8, it could jump a realm at the same time. Hanshi asked him to make a decision as a sign of submission. Zhongshou took in a deep breath and chose the latter without hesitation. Unless it was tens of thousands of them, 100,000 or 1,000,000 troops, if not having 4, more Saint Fire Silver Ants wouldn't be of much use. Why not strengthen the other 6 silver ants a little more? it would be more beneficial. Just as he made his decision, the depths of the pond shone with an eye-piercing silver light. Those 6 St. Fire silver ants had some changes. When the silver cocoons disappeared, they all flew out from the pond and hung beside Hanshi. They were similar to Hanshi, their blades were sharper, their silver armor was sturdier, and their 4 pairs of wings had silver patterns. Their bodies also changed, looking like a human, but they were still mostly bug-shaped. Their flying speed was no weaker than Hanshi, much better than when they were grade 7. As for their specific strength, he had to see it in battle. Zhongsho didn't take a close look, keeping all these few silver ants. Then, he looked at the energy-accumulating pond in front of him. He sighed in his heart. Who knows whether or not Little Lei and Hanshi's bathwater had any effect on Ao-kun. Chapter 506. In his heart, he felt that it wasn't reliable. However, Zhongsho still took out a few porcelain bottles with space ability to suck the fountain water dry. According to the energy-accumulating fountain water and essence fountain water, he placed them in different types. Following which, he followed Yi Feishuang's instructions to dig out the tens of stones with spiritual light. This was the source of the energy-accumulating fountain water. If he buried it in a place with more spiritual energy, in a short while he would be able to build a dragon transformation pond. However, to reach such a scale, it would take hundreds of years. Following which, they followed the original path out of this small, vast habitat space. Before Zhongsho left, he purposely left a sensing mark. In the future, if he had spirit realm and celestial realm cultivation, he might be able to forcefully occupy this small, vast habitat. After exiting the whirlpool, Zhongsho also exploded out many high-grade mind stones. Balls of pure heaven and earth spiritual energy forced out all the formations and restrictions. The few of them were scared but not in any danger as they once again returned to the wilderness. Just at that moment, Zhongsho suddenly frowned and looked towards the center of the east side of the Dragon Hall, only to see a vast spiritual light explode out. Following which, it split into hundreds of streaks and spread out in all directions, falling all over. Someone should have already arrived at the legacy land. Yi Feishuang took a close look. A mocking smile appeared on her face. It is just the lowest grade 9 spiritual artifact. He reckoned that they were all running pretty fast. They must have used a forceful attack strategy. How would it be so simple to obtain all the spiritual items in the legacy land? Zhongshoxin's strength hadn't recovered, and he was still having a headache. His consciousness only lasted for a moment before he woke up. However, when he heard that, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Grade 9 spiritual artifact? Just that? That was a few hundred of them. This dragon hall was so rich that oil flowed out. The land of inheritance was also marked on the map scroll. However, it was obvious that Yi Feishuang didn't understand it as well as she did. Following this woman, they traveled in the air. As expected, she didn't care about the spiritual formations and restrictions. Along the way, they occasionally met 1 or 2 cultivators. However, when they saw the Type 9 silver-armored paper man and the Type 9 ice Jiao beside Zhongsho, they did not hesitate to retreat. He seemed to have gained a lot of benefits and was afraid that Zhongsho and the others would have evil intentions. The so-called Land of Legacy was a stone hall, but it was thousands of times larger than the one they had entered. There was also a large mountain behind them. According to the map on the scroll, the true core area was in a cave within the mountain. This place was also the core of the entire Dragon Hall's spirit array. It was not impossible to forcefully break through from outside the mountain, but unless it was a deity realm expert, it would be asking for trouble. The spiritual weapons that had exploded and disappeared should have come from one of the side halls. When they arrived, they realized that many cultivators had already gathered in the palace. There were more than 400 people, both righteous and demonic. They were divided into 17 groups. His aura was oppressive, and his killing intent was faintly discernible, as if he was about to erupt at any moment. It was not only the demon sect with fewer people who were in a standoff with the righteous path. Even the many sects were wary of one another. Zhong Shou was slightly confused, but before he asked, Li Rushuang explained, in the past, only 20 people could enter this land of legacy. Now that a portion of the spiritual formation has been destroyed, only 30 people can enter. That is probably the limit. Zhong Shou was enlightened. 20 people, 20 dragons, right? However, if there are only 30 spots, then it would be tough to split them. Then, do you and Fain want to enter? Even if the two of them weren't of the dragon race, they definitely had the bloodline of the dragon race. The meaning of the land of legacy to them was definitely different. No need. Fain and I are only grade 6. It is useless even if we enter. Yi Fei Shuang shook her head. We don't want to enter the third dragon hall. As for which dragon hall it was, she didn't say. Zhong Shou understood and didn't ask anymore. He smiled as he looked at the hundreds of people in a standoff. A moment later, Fong Ming walked out and said, Everyone, less than a day and a half has passed. If this drags on, none of us will want to enter. Why don't we all take a step back and choose a few people based on the number of people to enter together? The people here were totally silent. No one made a sound. Those who were weaker agreed, but when they noticed that the atmosphere here was really cold, they instantly kept their mouths shut. Fong Ming also felt his head hurt, rubbing his brow. If you all trust me, then how about I split the spots? The people here looked at each other, and all of them had a look of approval on their faces. When Fong Ming saw the situation, he wasn't courteous, smiling. Tailing sect is the top sect of our cloud world, for people can enter. The second shrine, Yuanshi Demon Sect, is also from our cloud world, for people can enter. The two-world Shanming Temple is the main mountain of the Buddhist Huayin sect, for people can enter. The fourth shrine, Haoshuan Sect, 3 people can enter. Everyone in the hall frowned slightly at first. However, as the voice continued, the expressions of a small half of them gradually calmed down. Most of the remaining people were unhappy. However, when the many disciples of Tailing Sect and Yuanshi Demon Sect coldly swept their gazes over, they were all silent. Li Fei Shuang looked on from afar, her eyes filled with respect. This Fong Ming really lives up to his name. He is fair and able to convince the masses. Zhong Shou smiled. Whether or not this person was fair and just, he didn't know. However, he knew that this person was really smart. He first roped in Tailing Sect and Yuanshi Demon Sect, as well as other strong sections. As for the weaker sects, even if they were unhappy, they wouldn't dare to fight back. What made one feel weird was that this time, Xingdao didn't include the 3 sects and 6 schools. However, apart from him, no one else joined in the opening of the Dragon Hall. Was there something else that they couldn't join in? Fong Ming said halfway and looked towards Zhong Shou, his eyes flashing. This is the Gantian Mountain Monster King. Zhong Shou? How about the 7 of you split a spot? Zhong Shou didn't think much, directly shaking his head, 2. Fong Ming's lips instantly curled up coldly. His eyes filled with a mocking expression. However, when he looked at the grade 9 silver-armored man behind Zhong Shou and the ice flood dragon, his face sunk and he was in deep thought, not saying anything. Zhong Shou praised silently. Such silence was just right. No matter if this Fong Ming was a gentleman or not, his schemes were amazing. As expected, in the next moment, he heard someone say coldly, There are over 10 of us and we only get 1 spot. There are only 7 of you and you want 2 spots. What kind of logic is that? Zhong Shou's brows rose up, only to see that the person who spoke was a grade 8 Yuanshi Demon Sect disciple. As for the other people in the hall, they all looked over with cold gazes filled with anger. Zhong Shou smiled. The silver-armored man behind him suddenly flashed and appeared in front of the Yuanshi Demon Sect disciple. A fist punched out. Suddenly there was a loud explosion. The astral wind surged, smashing that person and the 4 people beside him who came to help. They were all forcefully sent flying with a single punch. The Yuanshi Demon Sect disciple who spoke coughed out blood. His entire person was smashed 10,000 feet out, triggering the restrictions of the spiritual formation. Instantly, he was surrounded by flames, and he cried out in pain. He barely managed to escape, but he was on his last breaths. As for the silver-armored man, it was perfectly fine standing on the spot. following which it punched out with another grade 9 spiritual grandmaster, only to hear an explosion. The ground was firm and fine, but the numerous cultivators around were all forced back by the aura. The silver-armored man was also forced back. However, it stopped 100 feet away. Opposite him, the grade 9 expert from the Yuanshi demon sect had a slight advantage. However, his expression was really solemn, like he was facing a huge enemy. The people in the hall were all startled. They knew that this grade 9 silver armor man could go up against grade 9 experts, but in the end, it wasn't as strong as a true grade 9. Using 5 grade 8 experts to go up against it, it was smashed away with one fist. In a rush, it was able to punch against a grade 9 spiritual grandmaster, but it was still perfectly fine. If it wasn't for them being able to confirm that it was formed from a spiritual talisman, they would have thought that there was a true spiritual grandmaster hidden within the body of the paper man. Fist intent, extreme fist intent. I forgot that your highness is also at the peak of the martial path. How can the puppet spirit descending talisman he controls be the same as normal spirit masters? The expressions of the many Yuanshi demon sect cultivators changed, killing intent exploding out. Following which, the tailing sect and 2-world mountain Ming Miao temple people's expressions turned serious, like they wanted to attack, but they were hesitating. However, in the next instance, Zhongshou took out another puppet spirit descending talisman. After shaking it out, instantly a grade 9 silver armored man appeared beside it. Following which this paper man had a grade 8 spiritual sword. A sword intent exploded out. A dragon-shaped sword energy charged out of his body, suppressing the entire hall. The 400-plus people here all fell silent. This sword intent was sword intent connected to the spirit. Today in this place, the one with the biggest fist is the reason. What does Brother Fong think about that? Zhongshou smiled, causing the coldness in the hall to become even deeper. Zhongshou, like to use morals to convince people, but if they don't reason with me, Zhongshou, I won't hesitate. Zhongshou doesn't mind flipping the table. Fangming's expression didn't change, but his expression was complicated as he looked at Zhongshou. He didn't hesitate and nodded his head. Okay. Following which he turned his head and didn't look at Zhongshou anymore. The other people in the hall didn't make a sound. Even the Yuanshi demon sect people, although their eyes were filled with rage, they forcefully suppressed it. Yi Feishuang at the side didn't speak until everyone stopped paying attention to them. Her brows furrowed tightly. Do you know what you are doing? That is the Yuanshi demon sect. If they are serious, they can crush you with one finger. Even if you have Cang Shengdao as your shield, don't forget that you also have Gantian Mountain. Don't drag us down. Zhongshou shook his head and laughed. What should he say to this woman? Gantian Mountain's wings were already strong. Even if they didn't have 7,000 Blood Cloud cavalry, they could go up against the Cloud World's Yuanshi demon sect. Be it Zhongshou or Tanxiu, they could do whatever they wanted in this world. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Chapter 507. When Yi Feishuang saw that Zhongshou didn't care, she frowned and wanted to persuade him once more. However, Zhong Yuan shook his head and said, Ruler's actions seem rash, but he has his reasons. Choosing to attack the second shrine Yuanshi demon sect is enough to shock many sections. Offending one of them is better than offending all the sects. His words were filled with respect. However, the gaze that Zhong Yuan looked over was filled with worry. He didn't care about the Yuanshi demon sect, as Gantian Mountain had enough combat strength to deal with them. However, for Zhongshou to help him get a spot, paying such a price made him feel a little uneasy. Just now, it didn't match Zhongshou's personality. He didn't hesitate to attack the Yuanshi demon sect disciples. His methods were sharp, and he found it weird. Zhongshou was startled by Zhong Yuan's gaze, and then he was deep in thought. Was he too arrogant? Too proud? Lost his mind because of power? Thinking about it carefully, Zhongshou shook his head. With Hanshi and the lightning winged dragon, which had just advanced to grade 8, Along with these 2 papermen, he could even go up against peak grade 9 experts. Gantian Mountain's 4,000 Blood Cloud cavalry were enough to go up against any sect. Thinking back, Zhongsho's brows slowly furrowed. All of a sudden, he realized what was going on. His other self had returned. He lost his father when he was young, and his right to enter a famous school was taken away. When he was 18, he started to make a name for himself in the business world. He had some achievements, but was suppressed and plotted against, causing his mother to die. When he was 21, he had no choice but to stay in the library. When he came into contact with the God Emperor, he started his martial path career. At that time, he hated the heavens for not having eyes and the earth for not having a heart. Pretty much everyone could be killed in his eyes. Within the God Emperor, after he had some achievements, he left the library and entered the Cloud Ocean. On one hand, he trained his sword techniques and martial path in the God Emperor virtual world. On the other hand, he started a fight under the Cloud Ocean. Unknowingly, he obtained the Styx River Death Sword and started to crazily kill. Numerous cultivators fell to his hands. Similarly, large amounts of beasts died in front of him. At that time, he wasn't much weaker than 100,000 blood killer Li Yaling. It wasn't until he was 30 when he broke through to Heaven Realm and killed all the enemies who caused his mother's death did he return to the library to cultivate. However, the him that disappeared seemed to have returned a little. Thinking about it, Zhongsho knew that it was most probably the repercussions from his stargazing tower. The scenes of a world opening had already affected his foundations too. Zhongsho couldn't help but laugh. He had no intention of suppressing himself. His other self was also himself, and this was one of his natural instincts. He just needed to let nature take its course. Why should he resist? When he returned to the library, he tried his best to restrain his killing intent. It wasn't because he regretted it, but because he knew that if he continued to kill, it would be harmful to him. Now, since his to the him, so what if he was domineering? Yifei Shuang didn't know about the changes in Zhongsho's mind. Hearing their tone, it seemed like they didn't care about the Yuanshi demon sect at all. She was furious. I really don't know if I should say that you are arrogant or arrogant. After mocking him, Yifei Shuang thought about it seriously and took out a jade letter. That legacy land is a maze. However, there are still some clues to follow. Fayin and I have memories of this legacy land that might be useful to the two of you. There is one more thing you need to remember. Within the legacy land, you might not be able to use external strength. Out of the few of them, she and Fayin wouldn't enter. Chu Shui also didn't have the right and was in deep sleep. Ruoshui also didn't have anything related to the dragon race. Only Zhong Yuan and Zhongsho had the 2 spots. Zhongsho took it without any hesitation and sent his spiritual sense into it. In just a moment, he memorized everything and casually passed it to Zhong Yuan. Just as the few of them were speaking, Fang Ming had already decided on the 30 spots. The atmosphere in the hall instantly relaxed. Although many people were unhappy, they weren't willing to say anything. The 10 over sects all sent out a few people. Most of them were grade 7. However, sects like Tailing Sect and Yuanshi Demon Sect had 1 or 2 grade 9 spiritual grandmasters. Fang Ming was also prepared to personally enter. Who knows what secret technique he used to suppress his aura to grade 7. The entrance to the legacy land was a stone door deep within the hall that was extremely huge. Zhongsho followed these people and entered. First, he was pierced by a strong light such that he couldn't open his eyes. By the time his eyesight returned to normal, he was already in the middle of a vast wilderness. Only now did he know what Yifei Shuang meant when she said that one couldn't use external strength in this legacy land. The moment he entered, the 2 puppet spirit descending talismans were suppressed by an external strength. They were forced to retract them, turning back into 2 talismans and returning to his hands. Hanshi seemed to be really uncomfortable, actually taking the initiative to hide in the spiritual beast bag at his waist. As for the lightning winged dragon, it hid deep within his arm and didn't make any movements. However, this external strength should be referring to grade 7 and above strength. Little gold, which was wrapped around his left hand, was totally fine. He looked around and saw that there were still a few people in this seemingly endless wilderness. They all looked at one another warily. There were actually two people from a Yuanshi demon sect who looked at Zhong Shou with dangerous gazes. As for Zhong Yuan, he was nowhere to be seen. The teleportation location shouldn't be in the same place. Zhong Shou laughed coldly, his hand holding the sword at his waist as he expressionlessly looked back at the two of them. The two Yuanshi demon sect cultivators seemed to have finally recalled something. Zhong Shou's strength didn't just rely on the two grade 9 papermen. His own sword path was already connected to the spirit. They scoffed, turning around and leaving unhappily. Looking on as the two of them disappeared, Zhong Shou shook his head, casually choosing another direction to head in. Based on what Yi Fei Shuang said, this wilderness was actually an illusion that if one didn't enter the celestial path, one wouldn't be able to break out of it. No matter which direction one chose, it was the same. When the time came, naturally there would be gains. The treasures within the legacy land would naturally appear in front of one's eyes. As expected, moments later, Zhong Shou's eyes turned dark blue. Before this, it was still the wilderness, but now he was on a deep blue lake. A small bridge led to the center of the lake. A grade 8 purple long ing circled above the stone bridge. It was actually a giant lightning dragon that roared at Zhong Shou. Zhong Shou didn't bother, looking at the center, only to see 3 fingernail-sized crystals floating in mid-air above the island. My luck is not bad. Smiling, Zhong Shou stepped forwards onto the stone bridge. Actually, the reality of this place was that there was no water and no bridge. However, at this moment, why would he bother? The purple long ing seemed to be unhappy that someone was trespassing on its territory, roaring in rage as it charged down. Zhong Shou's eyes flashed. The broken tan sword in his hand turned into a silver light as it flashed out. There was no one else here, so he didn't have to worry about anything. The moment he slashed out, he went all out. Platinum dragon sword. Slash. Sword light flashed, as if a real platinum dragon was soaring. Zhong Shou's aura was even purer than that of a high-grade dragon. When a long ing roared, the purple long ing in front of Zhong Shou was directly slashed into two by the sword light. Then the entire body of the long ing started to disintegrate. There was no blood or flesh left as it scattered into the air. At this moment, Zhong Shou was looking at the sword in his hand. His sword path seemed to have improved once more. Even the true dragon sword intent that he wasn't very good at had reached the sword soul level. There was also something more, an aura that wasn't there before. Spontaneously, it merged into his sword Dao. Was it the absolute beginning? Zhong Shou's brows rose, following which he kept the broken tan sword back into the sheath. He stepped onto the small island in the middle of the lake and collected all the crystal chips. This wasn't an illusion, but a real thing. A true smile appeared on Zhong Shou's face. He touched the fingernail-sized crystal pieces on his right arm and merged into it. It looked like it was absorbed into his skin, but in truth, the lightning-winged dragon had swallowed it into its body. These few crystal pieces were the bloodline ability of the lightning-winged dragon bloodline, as well as a portion of how to use the power of lightning. Based on what Yi Fei Shuang said, this was the hardest thing to find. It was purely up to luck. Once he found it, it would be enough to increase the combat strength potential of the lightning-winged dragon. In the next instance, the blue space started to collapse. One by one, the fragments fell down and then disappeared. It returned back to the wilderness from before. There was no one around, but in the sky, there was a giant golden rock that charged downwards. Before this, it was 100,000 feet high, but in just half a breath, it was inches away. The legacy land of the dragon race was meant to test the descendants of the dragon race and pass down the bloodline. The god-beast golden-winged rock was the enemy of the dragon race. Everything in the world had its natural counter. This golden-winged rock was born with a natural counter to all dragon-type creatures. Even a lightning dragon hidden in his right arm seemed to be somewhat afraid of him. Zhong Shou didn't even think as he slashed out with his sword. White light and purple light intertwined and slashed into the sky. Longing, break. The platinum dragon sword and the lightning dragon sword instantly stacked together. Outside of the white light, tens of thousands of lightning flashed and broke the two giant claws. The sword light didn't stop as it directly broke into the stomach of the golden-winged roc. It tore the god beast into pieces, following which Zhongsho exclaimed in shock. He reached out and grabbed, only to see a bloody heart in Zhongsho's hand. The golden-winged roc disappeared, but only the heart was left. Chapter 508. Is it the heart of a golden-winged roc? The golden-winged roc in this world was already extinct, only the outer region had some. Naturally, what he had in his hands couldn't be real, but even if it was a subspecies, it was still amazing. Just as Zhongsho was surprised, the lightning-winged dragon, hiding in his right arm, suddenly popped out its head. It took a huge bite. It swallowed the heart of the golden-winged roc into its stomach. Legend had it that the golden-winged roc could absorb the essence of the dragon race and obtain strength, especially the dragon gallbladder, which it loved to eat. On the other hand, if the dragon race could eat the heart of the golden-winged roc, they would obtain many benefits. Not only could it increase the strength of their abilities, but the strength of their body could also increase. Just as the thunder-winged dragon swallowed the bloody heart, the thunder-winged dragon's eyes lit up. Zhongsho could feel that the wings of the natural protector beast had changed. Although he couldn't see it, he knew that the wings were definitely brighter and more eye-catching and could absorb more sun-true flames. When the heart disappeared in his hand, Qin Wentian was stunned. The scene in front of Zhongsho changed once more. This time, there were more than 10 figures. They were all dressed in black, and each of them held a maroon chain in their hands. Juelong City. In that instant, Zhongsho thought that the person in front of him was a real person. It was Juelong City who came to take revenge. Moments later, he comprehended and knew that the people in front of him were illusions. That Songlong Ocean Juelong City might not have existed for 14,000 years. However, these people who hunted and killed dragons definitely existed 14,000 years ago. They already existed. Zhongsho was startled, and then his lips curled up. What should he say? This dragon race really paid attention to education. This was the core of the spiritual formation of the legacy land. He must have mistaken Linley for a lightning dragon. The first battle was arranged with a grade 8 giant lightning dragon to help him understand his strength. The second and third battle were the enemies of the dragon race. More than a dozen black chains shot towards him from all directions. There was a huge hook at the tip with a double-edged blade. If the 12 rank 8 powerhouses had been an ordinary rank 7 dragon, they would have been cut into several dozen pieces by the chains. However, to Zhongsho, it wasn't much harder than the previous 2 battles. His figure abruptly retreated like a swift shadow, avoiding the hook and chain. With a flick of his sleeve, a total of 365 golden needles scattered in all directions. Zhongsho then activated True Flames. The sky-burning flame in his hand suddenly burned up. Then, bits of purple lightning were injected into it. Just as it was about to explode, Zhongsho suddenly threw it out. With a loud explosion, black flames began to violently burn, enveloping the entire area within a radius of 10,000 feet. Deep purple electric currents continuously pulsed and flickered between the 365 golden needles. Cries of agony could be heard from the entire area. Even though he knew that it wasn't true, it still made his hair stand on end when he heard it. When the black flames dissipated, the last bit of lightning also disappeared without a trace. As for the 12-stage 8 figures, they had already completely turned into dust, shattering the air and scattering. However, within the ashes, pills gradually appeared one after another. There were a total of 12. All of them had a blue glow. They looked like pearls but weren't pearls, like jade but weren't jade. Zhongsho's brows furrowed as he kept them all back into his hand, entering deep thought once more. In his mind, he searched for any memories regarding this item. This is a dragon bone relic? Legend had it that when a high gray dragon's corpse was burned, it would be formed from the dragon bones. It was the most essential item of the dragon race. It was said that during these 10,000 years, Juelong City hunted the dragon race to crazily collect this item. Looking at the grade of this relic, it should be formed from the corpse of a spirit race person above the spirit realm. Yi Feishuang was right in this legacy land. Even if he lost, it was okay. There were still many benefits. However, if he won, the things he obtained would be even more delightful. Just as he was thinking, that lightning-winged dragon popped its head out once more. It looked at Zhongsho with a craving gaze. Zhongsho laughed involuntarily, casually tossing the 12-dragon bone relic into the mouth of the lightning-winged dragon. Although he had some use for this item, it was still inferior to his. However, they couldn't compare to his innate protector beast. Almost every dragon bone relic could make its fleshly body stronger. He continued forwards, only taking 3 steps. In front of Zhongsho's eyes, there was a 4th change. Is this the last time? Zhongsho muttered as he looked forward. It was said that there were a total of 9 tests in the Legacy Land. However, only the first 4 were in the illusionary realm. The change this time should be the last illusion. This was a starry sky, and there were countless dragons fighting with their enemies. In the horizon, there were numerous giants, numerous phoenix birds, numerous mutated beasts, and also human race cultivators. There were also many alien races. The night demons with black wings, the fire spirit race whose soul was covered in fire tattoos, and even when they breathed, they spat out flames. The golden-winged race who drove chariots and charged all around. All sorts of weird races were surrounding a crack in the void, killing one another. Just one look, and one would feel that it was really majestic, hard for one to comprehend. It is an ancient war. Zhongsho's eyes squinted as he retracted his thoughts. Such a majestic blood war had occurred dozens of times in the middle of the God Emperor era, causing numerous deaths and injuries. The races that disappeared from the Cloud Desolate era once more returned to the Cloud World. During these 10,000 years, the experts who headed to the outer region all returned one by one. Almost every other year, there would be a large-scale, earth-shaking, bloody battle. In the game, it was pretty much perfectly simulated. Zhongsho had seen it before, so naturally, he wouldn't be too shocked. He frowned and thought deeply. This stage obviously didn't need him to help the dragon race obtain victory. That was far out of his ability. Then, the only answer would be how to survive in this war. Calming himself down, Zhongsho started to walk forwards with his arms behind his back. He swam within the energy that was sweeping all around. Although his cultivation was low, his martial path cultivation had reached the sword soul level and was already really strong. Around him, as long as it wasn't a celestial realm battle, he would be able to predict and plan a way to avoid it. He had also seen the scenes of the absolute beginning. Sometimes, before his brain could think clearly, his body would instinctively react. As expected, after walking for a short while, Zhongsho walked to the edge of the battlefield without any injuries. This area of the void started to crumble once more. Something appeared in Zhongsho's hand. It was a pair of pure black wings. Each half was made up of 33,333 night demon feathers that were as hard as steel. Night demon wings? No. Looking closely, apart from being able to hide one's aura, it could also be used as armor to wrap one's body. Within it was also filled with the power of space. It should be able to travel through space. Unfortunately, he couldn't try it out. However, his natural protector beast couldn't use this item, but Ruoshui would definitely love it. With this item, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Interesting, this battle was to inform the juniors. On the battlefield, surviving was the most important thing. They all said that the dragon race was wise. It was really true. The illusionary realm totally collapsed. A true scene finally appeared in front of Zhongsho's eyes. It was still the void, but he saw that the sky was filled with close to real stars. Although the area in front of him was vast, there were numerous spiritual patterns and restrictions spread all over, constantly changing. There was already a person within, a 30-year-old purple masked Taoist. Zhongsho had seen him before. He should have come from a second shrine Daoming sect. He was traveling through the spiritual patterns and restrictions, occasionally triggering them. In the starry sky, there would always be a streak of light landing. Although the purple masked Taoist was finding it tough, he was totally fine. Step by step, he stably walked forwards. When Zhongshou arrived, the purple masked Taoist looked back in shock. He didn't expect that someone would arrive here so quickly. Zhongshou looked into the distance. Then his eyes flashed. At the end of the starry sky, there was actually a ball of magnificent spirit jade marrow. It could help one to break through the celestial path. Even Lingyun's sect only had a few drops of it. The color and aura were unmistakable. The amount of this ball of magnificent spirit jade marrow was probably 20 times more than what Lingyun's sect gave him. Without hesitation, Zhongshou stepped into the formation in front of him. This stage should be a test of his attainments in spiritual formations. Although his formation path wasn't that good, its standard was still decent. Such spiritual patterns and restrictions that weren't hidden were what he liked the most. The 9 bloodlines of the dragon race were famous for not being good at formations. This place wasn't too difficult. He didn't need to use mind stones to break through. Just by looking, he could see the truth. After the world viewing platform, his formation path skills seemed to have improved. When he walked out of the vast habitat, he noticed it. At this moment, this feeling was even clearer. He already knew the foundations of the Grand Path. These laws were naturally much easier to understand in his eyes. He strode forwards. Not a single bit of starlight was drawn down. After 100 steps, he slowly caught up to the purple masked Taoist. That Taoist slowly became anxious and quickened his footsteps. However, he triggered more restrictions and many streaks of starlight shot down. It caused his body to nearly stumble. At this moment, outside the formation, a person appeared. It was Feng Ming. When he saw that the two of them were already at the middle and back of the formation, his brows furrowed slightly. Then, he calmed down and walked into the formation. He wasn't rushed nor slow, not arrogant nor rash. However, his speed was a little faster than Zhongshou. 60 more steps, and Zhongshou was already side by side with that Taoist. He was about to reach the end and was less than 10 steps away from the magnificent spirit jade marrow. Zhongshou was about to exceed him. That purple masked Taoist couldn't take it anymore and sped up once more. The first 4 steps were still fine. However, when he took the 5th step, for some reason, he triggered the restrictions once more. This time, there were tens and hundreds of starlight in the sky that struck down. That purple masked Taoist's expression instantly turned ashen white. He didn't dare to move forwards, raising a golden shield to cover the sky above his head to block the starlight strikes. Zhongshou grinned when he saw that and casually walked over. He was about to easily keep that ball of magnificent spirit jade marrow. Chapter 509. Put it down. Just as the magnificent spirit jade marrow was about to be kept into Zhongshou's sleeves, a cold scoff sounded out. That purple-faced Taoist finally took the sky full of starlight. One of the golden shields was completely shattered. His body and arms were covered in injuries. However, he still wasn't willing to stop for even a moment. A sword stabbed over. The silver-white sword shadow scattered like falling leaves as it swept towards Zhongshou. However, before he took 4 steps, he touched the changing spiritual pattern restrictions. Another 10 streaks of starlight struck down. Zhongshou's lips curled up in a mocking manner, the broken tan sword in his hand slashing out. The sword Qian instantly covered 1,000 feet and broke into the sword light. Come! With a light cry, the two powerful martial intents collided violently, following which there was a loud explosion as Zhongshou took half a step back. That purple-faced Taoist's face was ashen white. The sword shadow in front of him was suddenly scattered. That silver-white sword light followed behind, like a bird entering the forest, piercing through the dense sword shadow. It was still able to pass through with ease, following those gaps and tracing back to the source. In an instant, it had already reached his throat and the space between his brows. Crossing 10 steps of space, it was unstoppable. In a thousandth of a second, it was right in front of his eyes. With a low scoff, a thread of blood spurted out from the purple-faced Taoist's neck. His body retreated unwillingly, avoiding that sharp sword light. In that instance, he touched dozens of restrictions behind him. He could only look on as this ball of magnificent spirit jade marrow was kept by Zhongsho into his heaven and earth bag. At this moment, another 100 streaks of starlight smashed down. The purple-faced Taoist gritted his teeth and shot out a few grade 2 talismans to protect his body. Then he tried his best to block the starlight strikes, saying coldly, "Cultivator Fongming, please help me. If we can get back that magnificent spirit jade marrow, we will split a half." Fongming was startled. He hesitated for a moment, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. In the end, he smiled towards Zhongsho, a glow flashing in his eyes. "Your Highness Zhongsho, just now, you were able to obtain this magnificent spirit jade marrow because Brother Shang Yue went all out to block the restriction starlight. Since the two of you work together, why don't we split it equally?" The purple-faced Death Moon Taoist was delighted. Zhongsho looked over and saw that although Fongming was smiling, his tone was really sincere. However, his expression was filled with an inexplicable chill. He found it funny. What did the restriction starlight above have to do with him? Shang Yu was in too much of a hurry to activate the restrictions of the spiritual array. He had lost his composure and reaped what he sowed. Previously, when he attacked Zhongsho with his sword, he did not hold back at all. This had crossed Zhongsho's bottom line. From Fongming's tone, it was as if it was all thanks to Shangming that he was able to obtain the magnificent spirit jade marrow. As expected of the righteous Fongming, Mr. Fong, a light laugh rang out in the air. Just as the two of them were confused, Zhongsho's hand. Suddenly, a few strands of silver light that were like clouds and mist flashed into appearance, and they struck directly towards Deathcry. Tens of steps were crossed in just a moment. Only when they were a few steps away from Death Moon did the two of them clearly see what was in front of them. Flying knife. A total of 5-inch-long blades of light pounced straight at him. Fongming instantly thought back to a rumor regarding Zhongsho. Death Moon felt his head explode, his body shuddering. He instinctively retreated. Sword shadows flashed as many talismans shot out. Forcefully blocking the streaks of light from above, he was able to change directions according to his will. Compared to the swords of sword cultivators, the flying knives were even sharper and faster. They were also heavier and fiercer. Just as the last flying knife was about to be broken by him, Zhongsho's sword broke through the air at that moment. Instant space dragon sword. Flash. When the sword slashed out, the entire space seemed to have frozen. Only that bright blade light was shining and striking. Just as Death Moon was extremely nervous and was prepared to go all out to block that sword disappeared in front of his eyes. The sword light suddenly disappeared before his eyes, and in the next instant, it was already at his throat. Before the blade entered his body, the sharp sword energy had already smashed his neck and spine. His head and body separated from his body and fell down from the air. Then, the sky full of star light charged down. Shang Yu's corpse was smashed into dust. Zhongsho's broken tan sword also returned to its sheath. Like nothing had happened, he waved his sleeves. "Cultivator Fong, he is already gone. Do we still want to split this magnificent spirit jade marrow?" At this moment, Fongming had just arrived roughly 10 steps behind Death Moon. He personally witnessed this spiritual grandmaster who suppressed his aura to grade 7 die in front of him. First, he sucked in a cold breath. Then, he looked at Zhongsho. Apart from being complicated, there was also some wariness. "It seems like we really don't need to split it." His eyes were filled with regret. He had forgotten that he could only use grade 7 strength in such a place. Zhongsho, who had the spiritual sword intent, was probably even more terrifying than when he had the 2 silver-armored paper men. He was like a fish in water in this place. If it was him, would he be able to take that sword? Zhongsho grinned and kept Death Moon's heaven and earth bag into his hands. The wealth of a grade 9 spiritual grandmaster was indeed a little extraordinary. There were a total of 20 grade 9 beast crystals. However, maybe because he had consumed too much energy before, there weren't many spiritual talismans, and only 2 spiritual artifacts were destroyed. Apart from that were some spiritual pills unique to the Daoming sect. Naturally, there weren't any surprises like the 2 puppet spirit descending talismans. Using those grade 3 cloud flame flying knives that couldn't keep up with his footsteps to exchange for these things was worth it. In a year and a half, Zhongshou had raised a total of 9 of these flying knives. Now his stock was empty. If he wanted to use this 6-god defensive knife technique, he would have to raise them from scratch. The newly crafted grade 6 cloud flame flying knives could be used just now. Fangming's face was alternating between green and white. Seeing that Zhongshou was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly opened his mouth. "I think your highness is a little too fierce and overbearing. This Death Moon is an elder of the Daoming sect, and you actually killed him just like that." It was the same with the Yuanshu demon sect. Like that sword Prince Zhu, he was alone and naturally didn't fear anything. However, your highness still has Gantian Mountain dragging you down. Aren't you worried that these 2 sects will take revenge? Zhongshou shook his head slightly, too lazy to bother as he stepped into the end of the spiritual formation. Did he have to tell Fangming that it was because he came from the Daoming sect, which was why he didn't worry about killing him? This person was unlucky to bump into him when he came to this world, and his killing intent was the strongest. Not to mention offending him. Even if he didn't offend him, he would take the initiative to head up and kick him. At this moment, his impression of Fangming wasn't much better. If he wasn't suppressing himself, he would have slashed out with his sword and asked Fangming whether he lived or died today. It was like he had stepped into a thin film. When he stepped over this paper-thin space barrier and stood still, Zhongshou felt as if he had stepped into a thin film, only to see that in front of him was an extremely vast void. However, there were countless palaces within the void. There were tens of thousands of them, densely packed and scattered within. Based on what Yi Feishuang said, the dragon race would place some treasures that they could give to juniors and set up a corresponding test. If one passed, one would be able to get it. If not, then it would be a consolation prize. However, each item in the hall would become more and more difficult to obtain. Each time was harder than the last. In theory, this legacy land could be filled with unlimited items. It could be taken out without a limit. But until now, even the most talented dragon clan had not been able to take out the 8th spiritual object. Just as Zhongshou was looking into the distance, Fangming, who was behind him, stepped through the thin veil and entered this space. He glanced at Zhongshou, like he felt that this teen was too dangerous. Without hesitation, he walked towards another direction. Although he was grade 9, after suppressing his cultivation, he felt really dangerous beside Zhongshou, like he could lose his life at any moment. The way he looked at him also felt a little weird, like he was treating him as meat on the chopping block, judging where to slice him. Zhongshou didn't bother about him. Looking around and comparing it with the legacy memory that Yi Feishuang gave him, he shook his head. 14,000 years. The changes here were too huge, and it didn't match at all. It seemed like he had to search for those few items himself. The legacy test of the dragon race was really human-like. From the entrance of the hall, they could see what exactly was inside. As for whether or not one could recognize it, that was another matter. One could choose any hall and enter to challenge it. If one didn't need it, one wouldn't enter by mistake. Zhongshou stepped into the air, casually strolling with his hands by his side. Looking out, the shock in his eyes became thicker and thicker. The riches of a dragon race weren't just for show. Heaven, Earth, Xian, Huang, grade 4, none of the spiritual items here were lower than Xian grade. The tools and pills were all at the magical grade. Even if its grade was slightly lower, it still had its own ingenuity and was extremely practical. Zhongshou looked around like he was looking at flowers on horseback. Along with the magnificent spirit jade marrow, he had obtained a total of 5 items. There were still 2 items that he cared about the most. One was the God Realm Evil Dragon Pellet, and the other was the Dragon Spirit Bloodbirth Pellet. Although he had the energy-accumulating fountain in his hands, Zhongsho felt that it was best if he could get on the way. Hearing Yi Feishuang's tone, this spiritual pellet seemed really special. Since it could be used to heal injuries like the essence-accumulating fountain, then who knows, it might be of some use to Ao Kun. Thinking about it, Zhongsho slowly walked to the front of a jade-white hall. Pretty much mechanically, he looked into the hall. In the next instance, Zhongsho's eyes opened wide, only to see that in the center of the hall there was a crystal core. The moment he saw it, Xiao Jin, who was on his arm, became restless and pounced in that direction. Zhongsho was really quick, grabbing Little Gold in midair. Then, he broke out into a laugh. Luck, it is actually a high celestial realm Wanxiang crystal core. Chapter 510. Luck, it is actually a celestial realm high-grade Wanxiang crystal core. When Wanxiang bees were alive, they didn't have a fixed crystal core and were constantly changing. Only when they died would a crystal form. However, it wouldn't be as firm as normal beast crystals. Instead, it felt like a resin that had solidified. At this moment, Zhongsho was sure that what was in front of him was left behind by god-beast level Wanxiang after it died. He could feel the impatience and desire from Little Gold. Zhongsho was also surprised, taking in a deep breath to suppress it. Little fellow, don't be impatient. Patting Little Gold's head, Zhongsho looked carefully at the situation within the hall. After analyzing the spiritual formation restrictions within, a moment later, Zhongsho comprehended something. Then, he didn't hesitate to step in. The moment he stepped into the palace, the doors to the palace closed with a loud bang. In front of him, a blurry human shadow appeared. It actually looked like Zhongsho, and it was becoming more and more real. As expected, since it was the crystal core of a god-beast Wanxiang, then the test here had to have something to do with the Wanxiang's transformation ability. What he had to face was most probably a projection of himself. He waited quietly, waiting for the features of the image to become clearer and clearer. Just as the entire image was about to be completed, the changes suddenly stopped. Then, Zhongsho's mouth was agape as he looked at the simulated image of Zhongsho twisting, collapsing, and gathering once more. It can't be simulated? Why is it like this? Looking carefully, the spiritual formation restrictions within the hall didn't have any flaws. However, after more than 10 simulations, the figure still collapsed. The spiritual formation within the stone hall was slowly collapsing. Zhongsho's brows furrowed slightly. Then he suddenly came to his senses and thought about the energy of the absolute beginning that he couldn't restrict. There was also the ball of sapphire blue light in the core of his soul sea. If it was as expected, the reason why the spiritual formation in the stone hall couldn't successfully replicate him was because of these two reasons. If it was a true Wanxiang, it would have stopped by itself. However, this spiritual formation that had no ability to think, although it used the Wanxiang crystal core as its core, it didn't have any intelligence. Moments later, the image in front of Zhongsho totally disappeared. Only a few remnants of the spiritual formation within the hall were left. Zhongsho was speechless. To think that he was so eager to try and carefully prepare for so long. Who knew that this test question would be solved so easily? He didn't need to do anything. Casually reaching out and grabbing the Wanxiang crystal core that lost its protection. Taking a close look, Little Gold, Little Zhongsho's Little Zhongsho. Greenwood Dragon, Lightning Dragon, Mysterious Dragon, Blazing Flame Dragon, Instant Space Dragon, Mysterious Yellow Dragon, Chill Hornless Dragon. When each dragon image turned from illusionary to real, they roared and circled around. On Zhongsho's body, the sword shadow that had turned into real form became even more condensed. Going up against the dragon aura, he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. However, his entire body seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure, and ghastly wounds continuously appeared on his body. Zhongsho didn't care at all, like those wounds weren't on his body. When the 9 dragon shadows suddenly gathered in one place, and turned into the shape of a sword. The 9 dragon shadows suddenly appeared. Zhongshou had already taken the last step and arrived in front of the dragon pellet. The sword aura was so strong that at this moment, it was actually the one that took the initiative. His 9/9 dragon shadow sword intent had actually suppressed the dragon's might by a notch. Without any emotions, he looked at the dragon pellet that had dimmed down. Zhongshou flicked his finger, and instantly the entire spiritual formation collapsed. As for the dragon core, after it was freed from its restraints, it immediately turned into a golden light and flew out of the hall. Just a dead thing. Where do you think you can fly to? With a soul power move, he tightly bound the dragon pellet. However, this item was still struggling fiercely, going against his soul power. However, when Zhongshou used a sword intent to suppress it, it was extremely powerful. He then shot out many spiritual talismans and finally managed to bind the God Realm dragon pellet and keep it into his sleeves. When he stepped out of the hall, Zhongshou frowned and looked at his body. He was covered in blood and wounds. Even if he consumed several grade 8 spiritual pills, he was still unable to heal them. This was just on the surface. His internal organs were heavily injured, all of them deformed from the pressure and were close to breaking apart. However, these injuries weren't caused by the dragon aura. It was his own body that was unable to endure the martial Dao insight at the level of Sword Soul, and it was an injury caused by it. As expected, if one's internal energy doesn't reach grade 7, there won't be any changes. The strength of my physical body is still a little lacking. After sighing, Zhongshou thought back to what Yi Feishuang had said before. In the 10,000 years of the dragon race, no one was able to obtain the 8th spiritual item. Of this, each time was stronger than the last. Each time he obtained an item, the following test would be a little stronger. Compared to how relaxed he was at the start, this time he was in a slightly bad state. Even he didn't dare to say that he would be able to obtain more. Looking out once more, he saw that for some reason, Zhong Yuan was in an intense battle with someone. Zhongshou looked over, and then his eyes squinted dangerously. Yuanshi demon sect? This time, only one person from the Yuanshi demon sect entered the true legacy land of the dragon race. He was also a grade 9, holding a black wooden sword as he stood on a spell altar. 30,000 feet away, he controlled 3 grade 7 spirit beasts to trap Zhongshou. In this legacy land, everyone's cultivation was suppressed to grade 7. Even spirit masters could only use grade 7 and above protector beasts here. At this moment, those 3 grade 7 spirit beasts weren't Zhong Yuan's territory. At any moment, they would be in danger of being destroyed by Zhong Yuan. That Yuanshi demon sect wandering spirit master seemed to know about Zhong Yuan's strength, using these 3 spirit beasts to restrict him. He himself was on the spell altar, casting spells from afar. A Xian gold turtle whose strength was suppressed to grade 7 by a secret technique didn't leave his side. Zhong Yuan stood in the distance and walked step by step in the direction of the spell altar. Around him, various strong spells were cast one after another. However, the moment they formed, they were broken by his lightning spear intent. He couldn't be said to be free and easy, but his expression was really calm, just that it was a little tiring. Near the 2 of them, there were 3 people looking on. Fang Ming was one of them, their eyes flashing with a weird glow. Zhongshou's brows rose up, following which he laughed coldly. He held the broken tan sword in his hand as he silently walked towards the spell altar. That surging killing intent was also completely retracted. His aura was also retracted to the extreme. It was like he didn't exist as he slowly walked closer. The other people didn't notice anything, but Fang Ming suddenly frowned. Then he smiled, his body flashing in between Zhong Yuan and the spell altar. He waved his sleeves, directly dissipating a streak of fire. Cultivator Luo Ming, there are so many spiritual items here. Why do we have to harm our relationship because of such a small thing? We still have a lot of time left. Let's search carefully. What we lose in the east, we gain in the west. Your Highness Zhongshou, what do you think? Luo Ming was originally furious when he was stopped, his eyes filled with unhappiness. Now that Fang Ming reminded him, He was shocked. Chapter 511. Looking back, Luo Ming saw a young man behind him, holding a shining sword. He was already 1,000 feet away from him without any sound at all. That appearance was something that he had seen in the spacious stone hall outside. It was Gantian Mountain Zhongshou, the monster king who used his own strength to cause all the sects present to be speechless. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He controlled the spell Alter and flew 10,000 feet up to avoid the attack. They allowed the 3 protector beasts in the distance to be instantly killed by Zhong Yuan. Zhongshou frowned and looked up at the sky. He didn't bother to hide his killing intent anymore. The 9 long Ing heads behind him circled around his throat, shaking the sky. However, just as he was about to make his move, a voice suddenly rang out. Luo Ming, who was above, tossed out several talismans. A few blood-colored light covered his body and the spell Alter. Devil Blood Rainbow Talisman. Zhongshou's brows furrowed slightly, but his killing intent burned even brighter. He knew that this talisman had to select 10 people to practice a special technique. Once his strength reached a certain level, he would then extract the blood essence from his heart. Only by using this blood, as ink, could one draw such a demonic talisman. It was said that for every rank of power, it would require 10 more people's blood essence. It was a top talisman technique of the demonic sect. Just one of them was equivalent to a defensive spiritual artifact of the 3rd stage of the same rank, and they could be stacked. This Luo Ming had used 4 7th-order demonic blood rainbow talismans and 280 lives. He really thought highly of Lin Ming. The 9-legged long Ing suddenly changed again. The Platinum Dragon, Thunder Dragon, and Fire Dragon all rushed into the broken autumn sword in Zhongshou's hand. Then, a long Ing with a different shape than the 9 types of true dragons suddenly charged out from the sword. Flames and lightning intertwined around its silver-white body. It looked a little similar to the giant dragon statue at the entrance of the Dragon Hall. After that, it opened its bloody mouth and roared at Luo Ming. Zhongshou also stepped into the void, rising step by step. The sword aura was drawn but not released, firmly locking down Luo Ming. Just as the killing intent was about to reach its peak, Fong Ming's figure suddenly appeared in front of him and said with a smile, "Your Highness Zhongshou, please calm down. It's just a misunderstanding. Why must we fight to the death over such a small matter?" Zhongshou raised his eyebrows and stopped in his tracks, thinking that this Fong Ming really didn't know what was good for him. He was already thinking his heart. Should he kill this person as well? On the other side, Fong Ming did not know what Zhongshou was thinking. However, looking at the expression of the young man in front of him, he knew that Zhongshou wasn't willing. He smiled. "The grievances between the two of you have nothing to do with me. However, you shouldn't fight here. What if you activate the restrictions of this legacy land and send all of us out? What should we do then?" The moment he said this, the brows of the few people who were watching from afar furrowed, their eyes filled with unhappiness. Zhongshou wasn't afraid, but when Fong Ming said that, he felt a little depressed. As expected from the righteous Mr. Fong Ming. Just a few words, and he became the target of everyone. The killing intent in his heart didn't disappear at all. He was only thinking about whether or not the battle with Luo Ming would activate the spiritual formation of this legacy land. Based on Yi Feishuang's memories, this place was indeed not allowed to fight. As Fong Ming said this, it turned into a sigh. Today's matter is indeed Brother Luo Ming's fault. How about this? Brother Luo Ming apologizes to this little brother, and we'll let this matter rest. We don't have much time left here, so peace is the most important thing. Luo Ming stood on the spell altar. His face was dark and uncertain. He wanted to not bother about anything and directly wave his sleeves to leave. However, Zhongshou's sword intent locked on him. That bright sword seemed like it was going to slash down on the spell altar at any moment. He had a feeling of extreme danger. Even if it was him, with the 4 demon blood rainbow talismans in front of him, he might not be able to block it. He felt really frustrated. If it was some other place, he wouldn't be in such a bad state. A few grade 9 protector beasts going all out, along with his spells, he might be able to win. The two protectors that the sect arranged for him weren't here. After weighing the pros and cons, he looked at Fong Ming, who gave him a hurrying gaze. Samarim was slowly getting impatient. Luo Ming's heart sunk slightly. In the end, he said, "Today it is my fault. I shouldn't have attacked." Saying these words was already the limit of his ability. Luo Ming's old face swelled up and turned blood red. He didn't have any face left, directly turning into a light and charging into a stone hall in the distance. Only then did Fong Ming smile, bowing towards Zhong Shou in a friendly manner before leaving. The two people who were watching from afar also didn't say a word, leaving on their own. Zhong Yuan kept silent, tens of thousands of feet away from Zhong Shou. Only at this moment did he step to the side of Zhong Shou. "I was rash and caused trouble for your highness." He knew that people like Luo Ming were arrogant and could suppress an area in the cloud world. At this moment, he was forced to admit defeat in front of the two of them. Even if Luo Ming could bear with it, the Yuanshi demon sect behind him definitely couldn't. This time, it could be said that there were many hidden troubles, and it was far from complete. At this moment, Zhong Shou only felt a headache. However, when he heard Zhong Yuan's words, he couldn't help but laugh. "It isn't much of a problem. Sooner or later we will have to fight." In Donglin Cloud Continent, a large half of the Demon Path sects were under the protection of the Yuanshi demon sect. It definitely had to chase these powers out of Donglin. On the other hand, that Fong Ming made him a little annoyed. This time, this person won half a round. He managed to protect Luo Ming's life. "All right, Zhong Yuan, what did you get this time? To cause Luo Ming to fight with you for it?" Zhong Yuan smiled when he heard that, not explaining. He took out a thick scripture from his sleeves and passed it over. Zhong Shou took it and flipped it open, following which he broke out into a laugh. "So that is the case. No wonder that fellow would go all out against you." Written on the book were the words "Purple Yuan Lightning Extreme Art." It was actually an Earth-level lightning type cultivation technique. However, when he flipped it open, half of it was empty. There was a black pearl the size of a longan hidden within. Black in color, it gave out a strong demon aura. However, it was suppressed by a weird power within the book. This was the Darkness Demon Relic. In Zhong Shou's memory, this item appeared a total of 7 times in the God Emperor game, all of different grades. However, all of them created a tyrannical demonic path expert. Compared to this item, this purple essence lightning extreme technique seemed really ordinary. The only thing that was different was that this cultivation technique allowed both human and dragon race cultivators to rest. There was also one more technique within, the purple essence endless spear, which was really exquisite. Zhong Yuan's physical body cultivated the insight mysterious lightning body training art. His internal energy also cultivated the purple cloud mysterious lightning path Dao technique. The former was given to him by Wei Su. The latter was a grade 10 Saint Spirit internal cultivation technique that he exchanged for with 650,000 merit points from the Technique Teaching Pavilion. He took this purple essence lightning extreme technique to use as a reference. Who knew that he would obtain this darkness demon relic? That dragon race 10,000 years ago most probably didn't know about the mysteries within the book and casually tossed it here. Who knows how this Luo Ming found out about this matter? But Zhong Yuan was a step ahead of him. He sighed in his heart. As expected, this matter wouldn't end so easily. Taking revenge for being humiliated twice along with this darkness demon relic, the Yuanshi demon sect most probably wouldn't let this matter rest. Thinking about it seriously, Zhong Shou temporarily placed this matter aside, asking curiously, "How did you enter this time?" The illusionary realm was easy to break, but that starlight spiritual formation wasn't so easy. Zhong Yuan pointed to the east. It was the stone hall that Luo Ming had entered. I followed him in, just half a step away. Zhong Shou was startled when he heard that, following which he laughed out loud. He thought to himself that Luo Ming probably really wanted to eat Zhong Yuan alive. Helplessly, he brought him in, but it was Zhong Yuan who snatched this heaven demon relic first. Then do you want to try and take a few more spiritual items? Zhong Yuan shook his head. It is important to know one's place and know how to be content. Zhong Yuan can just take one more. Who knows whether or not he can smoothly get it? I estimate that at most he has a 20% chance. That might not be the case. 14,000 years. No one is taking care of the spiritual formation of the legacy land of the dragon race. It might be possible. As Zhong Shou said that, he sighed. Compared to Zhong Yuan, he was the type of person who didn't know where he was and wasn't content. After casually saying a few words, Zhong Shou and Zhong Yuan separated. The Heaven Demon relic was taken over. If this item was in Zhong Yuan's hands, it would only cause problems for him. He searched around once more, but this time, Zhong Shou didn't see any signs of that dragon spirit bloodbirth pill. 3 hours later, like the wind, he looked through all 23,400 stone halls in this legacy land, but he still didn't find anything. He couldn't help but frown, knowing that either Yi Feishuang's legacy memory was wrong, or the dragon spirit bloodbirth pill had already been taken by someone else. Luckily, he already had the energy accumulating essence fountain. If not, he wouldn't know how to answer to Yi Feishuang. Thinking about it for a moment, Zhong Shou decided to give up. His body flashed, and he arrived in front of another hall door. What was hidden within the hall wasn't anything else. It was actually 3 golden pages. When Zhong Shou first looked at it, he felt that it was really familiar. He had seen these golden pages once. They were really similar to the pages in the Mysterious Life Golden Book. Speaking of which, the Cang Xingdao had already existed 14,000 years ago. However, why would the pages of the Golden Book be here? If it was as he guessed, then it was okay. If it wasn't, then this time he was going to suffer a huge loss. Stopping for a moment, Zhong Shou still stepped in. Just as the door to the palace closed, rays of sword qi suddenly appeared out of thin air within the palace. Zhong Shou's eyes were filled with joy. Sword duel? He loved it the most. Chapter 512. Within the stone hall, threads of sword shadows appeared and disappeared, flashing about. At this moment, Zhong Shou's back was covered in sweat. His face was ashen white. This was already 13,243 swords. Before this, when he took the dragon pellet, the injuries he suffered were slowly worsening. These sword shadows still didn't stop, like they were endless. This battle was far more tiring than the one with Juyu. The illusory sword shadows were a collection of 7 different sword arts. Almost every one of them was at least at the 8th level of the earth-shattering level. Moreover, every single sword intent had already surpassed intent and reached the soul level. The Long Ying sword was polished by him in this battle to the point where he could use it freely, reaching a godly level. His physical body was trained by the sword energy. Although it was covered in wounds, it would improve in the future. However, Zhong Shou couldn't see any hope of winning this battle. If it was like this 14,000 years later, then it would have been even stronger 14,000 years ago. Yi Feishuang said that in this legacy land, even the most talented dragon race wouldn't be able to bring out the 8th spiritual item. Now, he really believed it. The sword light still pressed over bit by bit. A moment ago, it was the vast energy sword. The next moment, it changed to the great ice sword. And the next moment, it was the lightning prison sword. It made Zhong Shou feel tired dealing with it. He was also filled with doubt. If the name recorded on the 3 pages of the Mysterious Golden Life Book was really Cang Xingdao Sr., he was most probably good at the sword path and was a top sword expert. He couldn't be distracted and didn't think about how much time was left before the legacy land closed. Zhong Shou only knew how to go all out with his sword to fight for every bit of time, to adjust his meridians and recover his internal energy. He tried his best to preserve more strength to deal with the sword wave behind. Slowly, he forgot about the time and where he was. He also didn't think about the 3 pages of the Mysterious Golden Life Book. His thoughts were pure. Only the sword in his hand and in front of his eyes were continuously forming and slashing over from all directions. It was as if each sword was stronger than the previous one, and each sword was more ingenious than the previous one. Just as Zhong Shou counted to the 21,200 sword, Zhong Shou's eyes lit up. The sword chi that filled the sky finally subsided. Meanwhile, Zhong Shou was drenched in sweat. His footsteps were unsteady, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. His legs went soft, and only by using his sword to support himself did he not collapse. At first, he smiled helplessly, but in the end, he felt a burst of joy. This battle was truly refreshing. Compared to the battle with Juyu, it left a deeper impression on him. The 7 types of sword techniques at the Sword Soul level allowed his mastery of the long Ing sword to be raised to the extreme. As for the incomplete 1 origin sword, which was full of flaws, he didn't even dare to use it in this battle. Shaking his head, Zhong Shou consumed several medicinal pills in succession. After the aura in his body recovered slightly, Zhong Shou stepped onto the stone steps deep within the hall. He didn't take a close look and directly kept the 3 golden pages into his sleeves. Then, he took large strides and walked out of the door of the stone palace, looking around, only to see that there was no one around. Who knows if they had already left or if they were still in some stone hall solving those tough questions. Only Zhong Yuan was still there, calmly guarding outside the stone hall. Zhong Shou took a look and then smiled. "Did you get it?" Zhong Yuan nodded his head, flipping his hand and taking out another item. It was 9 pills. Zhong Shou took a close look and then his eyes lit up. "So, it is the intent accumulating pill. What good luck." The so-called intent accumulating pill was when the person who refined the pill used the spiritual pill as a support to store his martial path intent within the pill. And the person who consumed it, besides being able to use it to comprehend a high-level martial intent, they could also borrow the martial intent within the pill to fight with others. The 9 pills in Zhong Yuan's hand were peak intent accumulating pills, and they already had a spiritual feeling. What was rare was that 3 of them were related to lightning. This luck was indeed not bad. Even Zhong Shou was envious. He did obtain many things after entering this legacy land. However, apart from the magnificent spirit jade marrow, there was nothing that could increase his strength. Zhong Yuan didn't make a sound, but he nodded his head in agreement. Zhong Shou calculated the time, and then his brows furrowed once more. Unknowingly, it was already the last day. Only 8 minutes left. Looking around, Zhong Shou made up his mind. With such a short amount of time left, he didn't force himself to obtain the 9th spiritual item. However, there was no harm in taking a look. His eyes locked onto a pale gold stone hall not far away. He had seen before that what was hidden within the hall was a flying shuttle the size of a baby's arm. It was also the thing he was most interested in this region. His body flashing, Zhong Shou didn't hesitate to flash to the front of the hall. The moment he stepped in, the doors closed. The spiritual formation restrictions within the hall shone with a spiritual light. What was activated wasn't a path technique or a sword technique. Instead, it was many giant black wing bats. Their gazes were fierce and cold, filled with a bloodthirsty intent. However, in his eyes, there was more of a loss. Zhong Shou sucked in a cold breath. Who knows where these beasts teleported over from? Pretty much every one of them was grade 9. Looking out, there were a total of 800 of them circling the wide hall. Zhong Shou's mouth was filled with bitterness. The difficulty of the test to obtain the 9th spiritual item was just too sick. 800 grade 9 beasts. This was really going to kill him. At this moment, there were less than 60 breaths left until the legacy land closed. Zhong Shou wasn't worried. As long as he could survive the initial period, he would be automatically teleported out. In the next moment, Zhong Shou had an idea and was deep in thought. Less than 60 breaths. Looking at the winged bats in the hall, a portion of them were ferociously pouncing over. He heard that the winged bats were ferocious beasts whose vision was really short. They relied on their eardrums to hear, and their spiritual senses were really sharp. They all had sound element abilities. Sometimes they were used to attack, but most of the time they were used to scout the land and living beings to search for prey. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed slightly, following which he smiled. What was the harm in taking a gamble? His divine soul was in turmoil. Then one black and one white, two totally opposite Dharma idols appeared outside of his body. Instantly, half of the stone hall was dark and lightless, while the other half was eye-catching, unable to be seen. All sound, all spiritual senses were twisted. Within the stone hall, there were more than 800 wing bats. At this moment, they were in complete chaos. Zhongsho laughed coldly. His body flashed once more, passing through the hundreds of wing bats, using his fastest speed to pounce into the depths of the hall. When he was in front of the golden shuttle, he reached out with his hand. First, he felt a special ability, and then the spiritual formation restrictions were activated. In the next instance, the black and white holes messed it up. With a light grasp, the golden shuttle was already in Zhongsho's hands. When his soul power was nearly used up, the black and white hole dermas were about to disappear. Zhongsho shot out dozens of body-protecting spiritual talismans. Dozens of layers of spiritual light protected him. When all the light and shadows returned to normal, Zhongsho saw that the 800 wing bats were all furious. In their panic, they all subconsciously sent out a vast sound wave that surged in all directions. Without the black hole to absorb, the sound waves could only reverberate and shake within the stone hall, charging all about. The dozens of body-protecting spells around Zhongsho were instantly broken by a large half. He replenished them one by one, not caring about the cost. Those hundreds of black wing bats were in an even worse state. A full 860 sound waves, comparable to a grade 9 ability, were all stacked together. Power was so majestic that it could even compare to the highest grade spells. Pretty much right away, close to half of the wing bats were unable to defend and were blown into pieces, turning into meat and blood. Zhongsho's heart felt pain when he saw that. Not only were there no corpses left, but even their beast crystals were also unable to remain as they exploded into pieces. The remaining wing bats weren't in a good state either. They went all out to block the sound waves that reverberated around. In the next instant, another burst of spiritual light flashed within the palace. Zhongsho's body was directly teleported out of the stone hall. When he looked out once more, those black wing bats were nowhere to be seen. They returned to the stone steps that they had entered the hall from. The hall doors in the distance were tightly shut. Startled, Zhongsho felt so much pain that he wished he was dead. In just 3 more breaths, those remaining winged bats would all be wiped out. When the sound waves calmed down, there would be many grade 9 beast crystals left. In just 3 breaths, he had lost huge amounts. His face was originally ashen white, and now it was even uglier. Yi Feishuang, Yi Feiyan, Ruo Xue, and Chu Shui were all teleported out. When they found Zhongsho, they were startled. Yi Feishuang instinctively thought that he had gained very little this time. She consoled, "Your Highness, you don't have to be sad. Who knows how many heroes were unable to enter the Legacy Land because the time was too short. Just now, I saw that out of the 30 cultivators, 2 of them weren't even able to break through the illusionary realm." When Zhongsho heard that, he felt the same way, nodding his head. "The time was indeed too short. We lost a lot this time. A total of 9, 20,000 Xian grade spiritual items. Your dragon race is really rich." While he said that, he kept the golden flying shuttle into his sleeves. His expression was really dejected. Yi Feishuang was about to reply, but in the next instance, her pupils constricted. Her breathing became heavy as she looked at the item in Zhongsho's hand. "Royal Demon God Shuttle? You got the Royal Demon God Shuttle?" Following which she thought back to Zhongsho's eyes. Her mind was at a loss. 9? You said that you got a total of 9? At this moment, she really wanted to kill this fellow with one sword. Even that Fong Ming, the 2 grade 9 experts of Tailing Sect and Yuansher Demon Sect, only got 7. This fellow had already obtained 9 items, yet he was still pretending to be like this. On the other side, Yi Feiyan's eyes shone brightly as she looked at Zhongsho in worship. Chapter 5:13. So it was him. He was actually sealed in the third dragon hall. Zhong Shoshin's heart sunk, and he knew what Ao Kuan meant. This dragon pellet most probably didn't belong to Ao Kuan. Actually, this was expected. The reason why he took it was because he had a bit of hope. Sighing slightly, Zhong Shou's expression returned to normal. Did Brother Ao recognize the owner of this dragon pellet? I do. Ao Kuan nodded his head, not dejected at all. He just sighed. We were both listed as evil dragons and also God Realm. However, the difference between us was huge. This person was sealed because he wanted to be outside of the 9 types of true dragons. He wanted to create a true dragon bloodline known as the Destruction Giant Dragon. In the end, he was just a step away from success. Unfortunately, before he took that step, many dragon race experts worked together to capture him. Ao Kuan killed too much due to emotions and angered an end realm. There is a difference in realms, and Ao Kuan can't compare to him. He smiled towards Zhong Shou. I have no use for this dragon pellet. If I forcefully merge with it, I won't be able to enter the Saint Realm. However, there are many destruction laws within. If it lands in the hands of a spirit realm or celestial realm expert, it would be a top treasure. Zhong Shou frowned. Destruction laws and Jueyu's great extinction sword walked the same path. If this dragon pellet could allow one to comprehend the destruction laws, then it was a top treasure. He didn't think much as Zhong Shou placed a small bottle in front of him. After opening the cork, a spiritual mist instantly rose up. Energy accumulating essence fountain? There is actually such a treasure in the third dragon hall? Ao Kuan was shocked when he saw that. He then shook his head. If this energy accumulating essence fountain is used to heal injuries, it would be a top spiritual item. However, it is useless for me to form my pellet again. Zhong Shou's face instantly dimmed, and he felt slightly ashamed. Speaking of which, he had gained nothing in the third dragon hall. On the contrary, it was Ao Kuan who comforted him with a calm expression. Ao Kuan thanks your highness for your kind intentions. Actually, it is okay. Ao Kuan have waited for tens of thousands of years, and I don't mind waiting a moment. There are still 7 years until the spiritual wave. Regardless of whether it's recondensing the core or finding the true place where my dragon core is sealed, there will always be a way. Whilst he said that, Zhong Shou looked around. As for you, why did you have so much lifespan reduced? Since your name is in the mysterious golden life book and you are only 16 years old, your lifespan should be 2,000 years. Oh, this is absolute beginning energy? Zhong Yuan and Ruo Shui were shocked as they looked over in shock. This was the first they knew that he didn't have much lifespan's life. His was long, was a heaven's king's, was heaven's master, SSS master, S. One's lifespan could be doubled. The world viewing instrument did not consume 940 years of lifespan, but 1,880 years of lifespan. Within the Dragon Hall, Zhong Shou was fortunate enough to see the opening of a world and the scenes of the absolute beginning. The price was these 1,800 years of lifespan. Who knows if it is a blessing or a curse? Ao Kuan was startled. A weird expression appeared in his eyes. Who knows if it was envy or regret? Whether it is a blessing or a curse will depend on whether your highness can step into the celestial realm before your lifespan is used up. But to us, it's something we can only dream of. Ao Kuan didn't know that the third Dragon Hall had the chance to view the scenes of the absolute beginning. You only used 1,800 years of lifespan. That is really worth it. He looked at the area in front of Zhong Shou. Just as he was about to say that, Zhong Shou gained a lot. His eyes turned serious as he focused on the jade pearl. Looking closely, Ao Kuan's face was filled with excitement and nervousness. He was actually a little impatient, reaching out with his hand and summoning the jade pearl into his hand. The outer jade shell was directly ignored by Ao Kuan. In his eyes, there were only a few drops of blue spiritual liquid. Taishian pill returning liquid. It is actually the Taishian pill returning liquid. After muttering a few times, Ao Kuan actually laughed out loud. Who knew that Ao Kuan would actually have a chance to rise up and reach the Saint Realm? Mingtse, You judged my life. You said that if I didn't subdue that person, I would definitely die. I would have no hope of reaching the Saint Realm. What about now? His voice shook the heavens. He couldn't suppress his laughter. Zhongsho was startled and then looked towards Aokun with a weird gaze. Just as he was thinking that this person had gone crazy, Zhongsho suddenly stopped laughing. Aokun suddenly stopped laughing. However, his eyes were still filled with excitement. Sorry, Aokun lost his composure, because this is the first time in these 8,000 years that Aokun is so happy. Zhongsho nodded his head in understanding. His eyes focused on the jade pearl in Aokun's hand. He was curious. Could this item really help Aokun form a dragon pellet? Also, who was the Mingtsa that this person mentioned? This item is called a liquid, but it is actually a type of celestial pill. Not only can it help people like me form pellets, but it is also useful for you human cultivators. It is used to heal broken pellets. This Taishian pill returning liquid is a little less, but along with this destruction dragon pellet and energy accumulating essence fountain, it can help me heal my old injuries. As for Mingtsa, he is called Mingtsa, half Taoist and half Buddhist, a crazy old man who likes to trick people. In the future, you will naturally recognize him. Casually explaining a few sentences, Aokun asked curiously, "Where did your highness get this item from?" Zhongsho kept silent and didn't speak, deep in thought as he looked at Chu Shui, who was on the back of the chill gold tiger. He couldn't tell Aokun that this brat swallowed the 3 remnant pages of the mysterious life golden book and then spat them out. That said, he now had a rough idea of what was going on. Aokun looked at Chu Shui and thought about it seriously before saying, "So that is the case. Your Highness, please help me thank that senior of Tsang Shindao. Say that I, Aokun, am really grateful. It is hard to thank him with words. In the future, if you have any orders, I won't reject it." Zhongsho smiled bitterly. As for who was the one who made Chu Shui enter the dream, he wasn't sure till now. Aokun didn't pay much attention to this matter. Just as he was about to say something, his brows furrowed as he looked into the distance. Those 2 girls from the Yi family have returned. Zhongsho was startled, looking over, but he didn't see anything. He knew that his spiritual sense was far weaker than Aokun's. He stopped looking, taking in a deep breath as he asked, "Brother Ao, was this Yi family really famous during the Cloud Desolate era?" Of course. It was like thunder in my ears. Aokun smiled and explained, "Your monster race all merged with the bloodline of a god beast in your human body. This Yi family ancestor felt that it wasn't easy for a dragon race to survive and that it was tough to have children. Using a dragon body to merge with human blood, during the Cloud Desolate era, it infuriated the dragon race, and they were nearly sealed. However, looking at the situation, the children of this person aren't in a good situation." Zhongsho was speechless, thinking to himself that this time he finally understood the foundations of the Yi family. The Yi family sisters were indeed in a tough situation. However, their elders should still be there. If not, Tsang Shindao wouldn't have bothered to send him over to help Feiyan and Fei Shuang. I have some relationship with their ancestor. However, it isn't convenient for me to meet these 2 juniors, so I will take my leave. As Aokun said this, he didn't hesitate to keep the energy accumulating essence fountain. Just as he was about to break through the air, he suddenly recalled something and smiled as he turned his head. "I forgot to say, longing that old fellow has already returned. He is 10 worlds away and will arrive at any moment. He said that it is about Lingyun's sect and that you can be at ease." Zhongsho's body instantly froze. His heart felt warm. However, he only gave a flat. Aokun smiled and said, 49 days later, Aokun will be able to form a dragon pellet and step into the Saint Realm. Thanks to you, I will most probably be able to grasp the path of destruction. At that time, I will be able to help you. Based on what I know, apart from 7 Spirit Sect, there aren't any Saint Realm venerables under the shrines. Even if there is, it isn't in my eyes. Just do whatever you want to do. Zhongsho still gave a flat reply and didn't say anything more. Aokun didn't mind. suddenly looking into the distance. There are dozens of small fries looking for you. Do you want me to help you solve it? When Zhongsho heard this, a cold intent appeared in his eyes. Then he calmed back down and smiled. Since they are small fries, then Zhongsho, will be able to deal with them. I need a trouble brother, Ao, to help. Kun instantly laughed out loud and tore open the space. Since that is the case, then don't. What you are planning is huge. Be careful. When his voice landed, the space that was forcefully ripped open closed, and Kun's body totally disappeared. Zhongsho was deep in thought. Moments later, he came back to his senses. He casually tossed the night demon wings to Roshue. As for the other items, he also put them away. He placed the golden flying shuttle in front of his eyes. As expected, it was a flying ship, a grade 2 magical treasure. With some refinement, he could use it. Who knew how fast it was? Zhongsho flicked his finger, and a drop of essence blood seeped into it. Just as he cast out many spells to refine it, Fei Shuang and Feiyan had already returned. They were actually riding a giant ship that was 3,000 feet long and arrived in front of him in an instant. Fei Shuang jumped down from the ship and then frowned. Why are you all still here? I just saw the people from the primeval demon sect and the Daoming sect searching nearby. I estimate that they will be here in half an hour. She looked around curiously. I felt the aura of the dragon race. Why did it disappear? Yi Feiyan directly ran to Zhongsho's side and pulled on his arm, saying anxiously, Brother Sho, flee. Just now I saw a few spiritual grandmasters and true image realm spirit masters. They are really amazing. Let's go. Zhongsho was delighted. His heart felt slightly warm. He really didn't know what to say about these two girls. They could have left, they could have stayed out of this, but they had to run back to remind him. Although Yi Fei Shuang's personality was a little bad, she was a warm-hearted person. Nonsense. When have I, Zhongsho, ever escaped? Frowning, Zhongsho stood up, his body expressionless as he looked out at where the two girls came from. Just as Yi Fei Shuang thought that this fellow was dumb enough to go head-on against those two sects, Zhongsho suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Zhongsho's head felt numb, thinking to himself that there were really too many people. Thinking about it for a moment, he decisively expanded the golden shuttle in his hand, causing it to expand to 1,000 feet long. Forget it. I don't have time to bother about them. Why don't I test this Royal Demon God shuttle and see how it is? Chapter 514. He probably fled. They were still on that nameless island. However, the people who were discussing there had changed. The one who spoke was Fangming. Just now when I saw him walk out of the Dragon Hall, I felt that the golden shuttle in his hand had some history. It seems like it is the main body of the Royal Demon God shuttle. Legend has it that this item can cross worlds and instantly cross 1,000 miles. As expected, it isn't ordinary. Opposite him was Luo Ming, whose face was green. There was another person beside him who was wearing the Daoming sect uniform. He was around 40 years old, but his body was even uglier. Then, how about we give it to him now? This person has the Royal Demon God shuttle, so he won't be able to catch up. Scoff. Brother Chili, are you afraid? Are you going to give up? Luo Ming wasn't in a good mood, and his lips were filled with disdain. Are you afraid of that long, old man? Chili held his breath, and then he scoffed unhappily. My Daoming sect naturally won't let go of senior brother Shan Yue's death. However, this person has the shuttle in his hand and can travel 1,000 miles. The Royal Demon God shuttle is also really firm, and it was able to block our grade, 9 spells, and was unharmed. Instead, he broke out and injured dozens of people. Which one of us can stop him? He was indeed a little afraid because Shang Yue was the one who attacked first, and he wasn't in the right. If that Zhongsho was just a monster king, then it was okay. However, behind him stood Long Ying. It was said that when this person was at his peak, even end realm experts had to retreat. How could he not be afraid? It was okay to work with the demon sect. However, if others found out, it was still a little inappropriate. Fangming seemed to know what he was thinking about, smiling and persuading. Okay, Brother Luo. Actually, Brother Chuli is helpless. With the royal demon god shuttle, we can't trap him. Let's try to search nearby, and if we can't find him, then we will give up. Actually, we just need to wait for 2 months, and that person won't be able to jump out of our hands. Chiuli's eyes squinted, and then he nodded his head. That's true. Donglin Cloud Continent is about to have a war. As far as I know, the Thousand City Alliance will take action within 2 months. If this person were to die in our hands, Long Ying would definitely not let this matter rest. But if he were to die on the battlefield, he would have nothing to say. Even if Long Ying wants to take revenge, we won't be afraid of him if we work together with the Lingyun sect and a few other sects. Luo Ming's brows were still tightly knitted. It seemed that he was still unwilling to give up. However, he also knew that he couldn't go overboard. After all, the Daoming sect was not a vassal of the primitive demon sect. Mr. Fong, who was standing beside him, also had an ulterior motive for helping him. Furthermore, if that Zhong Shou wanted to escape and hide his tracks, it would indeed be difficult to catch up to him. But that dark demon relic, at this moment, Fong Ming said leisurely, Brother Luo, don't worry. In this world, there are only a few people who know how to use the dark demon relic. If it were anyone else, it would be useless even if they took it. If you're willing to lend a helping hand to the Lingyun sect, they'll be overjoyed. Who would dare to snatch the dark demon relic? If you're not worried, then I'll help you build the bridge. When Luo Ming heard that, he smiled. Chiuli, who was beside him, heaved a sigh of relief. He relaxed and temporarily placed down the hatred of Shang Yue's death. What a joke. Do you know that the Kongqi sect has already sided with Gantian Mountain? That sect is really despicable. During these 2 years, they actually helped that Zhong Shou kid craft hundreds of thousands of spiritual artifact grade armor and weapons. They also helped him purchase millions of them. That Qianqi old man, I really don't know if he's old and muddled. Does he really think that other people don't know? 2 million spiritual artifacts. What a huge trump card. Does he really think that unparalleled general talent Zhong Yuan is invincible? That old man is so smart, but in 2 months, he will lose everything. Who knows how he will end this? Luo Ming's eyes squinted as he laughed coldly. Fong Ming knew what Chiuli meant. He wasn't mocking, but he wanted to draw the strength of the 2 sections. To attack the Kongqi sect. He shook his head. He is indeed a little muddle-headed. However, we need to think about this matter carefully. We can't be careless. Since the Kongqi sect dares to do this, they definitely have something to rely on. It is best if we are more careful. While he spoke, he was sensing that thread of true dragon aura. Destruction dragon pellet. That thing was really taken out by him. Half a day later, 9,700 kilometers to the west, there was another cloud island with a circumference of around 200,000 feet. A ray of light suddenly descended and landed on a hill. When the flying shuttle was kept, Zhong Shou's body landed. He was a little surprised as he looked at the item in his hand. This wasn't a normal grade 2 magical treasure. To be able to block so many spells without being damaged, one could see how strong it was. Yi Feishuang said that this item was still lacking a few parts. Who knows what would be like after it was gathered? Yi Feishuang's eyes were also a little envious. At this moment, she scoffed. I thought that your highness had some ability, but in the end, you still escaped. Zhong Shou shook his head, his expression solemn. I didn't escape. I turned to avoid the attack. What do you know? Yi Feishuang was startled and then burst out into a laugh, thinking to herself that this Zhong Shou really cared about his face. He was obviously escaping, but he actually thought of the word turn. Then, Zhong Shou looked down the mountain with a smile that wasn't a smile. This place was really wide and not far from Donglin Cloud Continent. There was a city built at the foot of the mountain. Along with the wilderness around, there were roughly 1 million people. Do you still remember those few primitive demon sect disciples that were injured? Within the Dragon Hall, those people have probably suffered heavy losses. Yi Feishuang's brow furrowed. Naturally, she knew about that. However, what did that have to do with him escaping here? Zhong Shou grinned. This place is the most densely populated and is the closest to the 3rd Dragon Hall. It is also the most secluded place. What do you think they would choose to recover from their injuries to make up for their consumption? Yi Fei Shuang was instantly shocked. She knew that the spells of the demon sect were mostly strong, far stronger than normal spells. However, they all needed the blood and energy of living beings as a guide. However, after all, there was a limit to what a person could carry, and it couldn't be regenerated. After all, that Daoming sect was still an orthodox Taoist in name. Even if they joined hands with the Yuanshi demon sect, it wasn't convenient for them to do so. Even Yi Fan understood. Her eyes were filled with worship. It was like she was saying that Brother Shou was really amazing. A cold glow appeared in Rua Shui, Zhong Yuan's eyes. Attack them one by one? Yi Fei Shuang thought about it and couldn't help but mock. Are you really planning to fight to the death with the Yuanshi demon sect? If you want to kill the tiger, be careful you don't get killed by the tiger. Zhong Shou broke out into a laugh. When did my Cang Sheng Dao and the Yuanshi demon sect stop fighting? As for the danger, naturally, Zhong Shou knows about it. Following which, he was too lazy to bother about this woman and started to set things up. Yuanshi Zongling's senses were really sharp. He didn't hope to set up a large-scale spiritual formation. He only hung the 365 silver needles in the air above the city. Then he placed dozens of high-grade illusionary element beast crystals within. It caused the silver needles to totally hide their tracks. In the last life, he had studied formations and was at the heaven realm. Along with the Sky Fox illusionary element bloodline, his understanding of illusionary techniques was much deeper. He knew that he could hide from those Yuanshi demon sect cultivators before they entered the formation. Even if they noticed, it was okay. He would just have a fair battle. Following which was the 7-star spell altar. Zhong Shou placed it underground, at a hidden spot where spiritual veins gathered. Not only did he not care about the cost, but he also laid out a large-scale illusionary formation to cover the true location of the 7-star spell altar. It also had defensive abilities. With Zhong Shou's estimation, it could take at least 20 grade 9 spells. Even Yi Fei Shuang's mouth was agape when she saw that. Her mother was known for having many treasures and was really rich. However, she couldn't bear to spend like Zhong Shou. Looking at the spiritual formation, there wasn't anything special about it. However, it couldn't block the beast crystals. There were so many of them. Originally, she didn't have high hopes, but now she felt that Zhong Shou had at least a 60% chance of winning. She was also surprised. Actually, this fellow didn't have any deep hatred with the Yuanshi demon sect. She really didn't understand why Zhong Shou would spend so much to kill Lu Oming. At this moment, it wasn't good for her to ask. Even if she did, this fellow wouldn't reply. Next, they just had to wait. Zhong Shou estimated that the Yuanshi demon sect wouldn't give up on searching so easily. To reach this place, they would need at least 2 more days. Then, he took out the darkness demon relic. With the 7-star spell altar inside and the illusionary formation outside, he didn't need to be afraid of the aura of this item leaking out. The Taoists and those god beasts and elite beasts all cultivated pills. The Buddhists and a portion of the demon sect formed relics, the essence of their life gathered. However, in Zhong Shou's hand, it wasn't left by any demon path great evil. Instead, it was a living being known as the darkness demon, a natural demon. Peak spirit realm. Identifying the grade of this heaven demon relic, Zhong Shou was in deep thought. Hesitating slightly, he still held onto this relic tightly. His heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique had already turned into a black hole. However, it could still swallow everything. With a slight suck, he sucked out a few threads of pure essence energy. The moment he swallowed it, he started to purify and purify it, using the white hole dharma to expel all the useless impurities. He even directly burned it. The main thing was that the demon aura and demon thoughts were the most problematic. However, moments later, when this thread of true essence was purified to the extreme, it was extremely pure. Zhong Shou's brow furrowed. He could still feel a thought hidden within. No matter how he tried to purify it, he was unable to purify it. As expected, I am still lacking that thing. Zhongsho couldn't help but open his eyes and look towards the east once more. There weren't many people who knew how to use relics, but Zhongsho was one of them. Since Luo Ming was searching for this item, it seemed like he had most probably found the most crucial thing. As expected, he still needed to take this person's life. That item also needed to land on this person's body. Thinking about it like that, Zhongsho didn't stop absorbing the Heaven Demon relic. Instead, he increased his strength and crazily swallowed and absorbed. Using this vast essence energy, he started to transform the fire and water spiral energy in his body. To be continued. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.